Well, one more try. How about that? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, good. Okay, good. Didn't do anything. I just switched the toggle on and off, but okay. So let's keep going, guys. So what else is happening? So yeah, ONON, one of the few earnings plays. ONON, big gap up on earnings. Let's see, looking left, oh, it's way up here. So looking left on the weekly chart, the next high is looks like 26.86, so there's still a little bit of room. Alt. So when you read the headline, they're positive. Alt, yeah, look at this, and this is positive results, etc. So I probably the first reaction was mildly positive. Then all of a sudden, look, this just took an absolute thumping here. I didn't read everything, but when you just read the headline, positive results, you don't expect this. So this is down 35% now, ALT. CTRN wasn't too much volume. CTRN, not too much volume. Yeah, still not very much volume. This is an earnings play. At least earnings pre-market also, and the volume really hasn't picked up. But getting hammered down here. Underneath 20, pretty big level. 18, looks like 1863, 1868 is the next low looking left. But there's no volume yet for CTRN. CSIQ, another earnings play. Nice big gap up for it. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 40.53. So about a dollar to that next high. I even threw in Meta here, guys. Meta, I don't often put Meta in a watch list, but look at Meta. Now, forget these topping tails and bottoming tails. That's just nonsense. But look at Meta over 200 again. He's up 2.7%. That's a big percentage move. That big float, 2.2 billion in the float. That is a big percentage move. So yeah, so for you Meta watchers, I mean, taking out 200, the psychological number level to get through 205 is the next high looking left. And we were discussing or watching as SGML with the Grizzly putting out a pretty scathing report of SGML, basically saying, yeah, if they're taking over, it could be about half this current price. That's their opinion, of course. Banks are just going crazy, right? Well, crazy. NYCB, FRC, HBAN, FHN, CMA, Schwab, KFC, all these are on the gap up, USB, WAL, Fitbit. I mean, there's all these are banks just gapping up a little bit here. Keep an eye on the KRE. I do remember that. Denver, yeah, I do remember that. We know who won that war. I'm still waiting on Amazon. I know Amazon briefly went through 100 a few weeks ago. Well, here, right up here. And then look at the next day down to 105, and then boom, all the way down again. And not really crack 100. Hard for me to believe it's going to remain there. So, guys, I've been talking about Sarepta for a while. XRPT. Full disclosure, I'm not in this one, but I wanted to point it out to people who maybe want to trade the more expensive stocks. This is still looking interesting, I guess, after its big collapse on Friday with that FDA news. I'm sorry, that's the Monday. No, no. Friday, yes, I'm sorry. That is Monday's candle. That is Monday's green candle, and so we're now above it, 132.60, so we're above the high of Monday for SRPT. Yeah, and DWAC could be interesting. We were watching it yesterday, of course, when it made this move at the end of the day, right here, after that the ex-president might get a little more active depending on what happens the next little while. So we'll have to see. A little downturn in ride. Not much though. See what Bitcoin is doing. BITO. Yeah, a couple strong days now. 3 strong days. Well, 2 strong days. Now it's just over. Yes, it's just right at yesterday's high. BITO starting to approach that 1976. Maybe some resistance up here. Now, out of interest, I want to see if people are shorting. Yeah, not in a huge way. I'm just looking at the short situation at Interactive Brokers. So again, yesterday this was zero. There were no shares available unless you had to contact them, etc. Earlier this morning there was something like 1.2 million, and so now they're getting snapped up a little bit here. This is Interactive Brokers telling me how many shares there are available to short. Wall on the move, guys. Wall, WAL. Excuse me, the high of yesterday was 34.35. Just a matter of trying to find the right entries for these, either on the short side or the long side, because they've got such tremendous range now during the day and quick. Yeah, NYCB's up on the list too. Yeah, yesterday it was flirting with that 200-day and the VWAP seemingly all day. See what it did yesterday? Got right into the 200-day. As Real was pointing out, 929, and there's the 200-day area. Big float. All right, let me see if briefing.com has delivered me the upgrades and downgrades yet. And the answer is yes. Okay. Not too many of each. If there's anything interesting. TTE by Morgan Stanley. Now, that was the one that was getting hit because of Credit Suisse last week. And here's an upgrade for NYCB from Davidson. A couple of upgrades for Footlocker. Footlocker had, well, we're going to take a look at that Footlocker daily chart. Meta with an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Hog with an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. I think Real had some information about Hog. So, yeah, well, okay, let me get the downgrades in, and then I'm going to take a look at the Foot Locker chart. A couple of upgrades for it. GoDaddy getting a downgrade. I haven't seen GoDaddy for a while. GDDY getting a downgrade from Piper Sandler. Okay, NYCB on the move here, guys. Yeah, upgrade, and maybe today can take out that 200 day. Take a look at Foot Locker here. Foot Locker, again, a couple of upgrades. Pretty strange day yesterday. Released earnings before the market opened yesterday and had a tremendous run all the way up to 47. But you can see that it closed way down here at 39. And a couple of upgrades this morning for it. Not that that absolutely is going to mean anything, but look at KRE, guys. Look at the regional bank ETF. Look at this thing start to rip now. USX. I don't see any news for it. Not yet, anyway. Well, wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is the news that hit at 9:10, but when did this start? USX to pay company termination fee of 6.3 million if the deal is terminated. So what is this is it a potential buyout or something back here? Or the potential for the buyout and not showing up in my halts or zooms for because it's not halted. So that headline was just saying, okay, they'll pay them 6 million or so if the deal is terminated under some circumstances. Okay. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. Click on new from a toolbar, click on doc channel bar, go down to show more, and then click on sector status and see what's happening with the sectors. We're in for a positive open. So everything should be green, green, green. And yes, it is. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100%. When you see 100% in green, what does that mean? It means that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. That's what that means. So when you just look at the other sectors, there is no weak sector really. They're all at least around 70%, 70 to almost 100% above yesterday's closes, all the stocks that make up these. Now, what I want to do is take a look at some of these that were some of the sectors that were close to the 200 day. We had a nice day yesterday, so let's see if any of these have getting a little bit closer to the 200 day moving average. XL, yeah. So there's XLP. So you can see right now that if we have another positive day, XLP could actually get above the 200 day moving average. It's right at it now. 72.90, 72. Sorry, 72.95. Stocks at 72.89. So it's getting close to a recovery to get over the 200 day. Healthcare, I don't think It's still a piece away. Yeah, it's still a piece away from that 200-day. Let's take a look at retail. Retail was close. No, not really. Industrials was the other one, XLI, that was getting, yeah, it was starting to get close to the 200-day, but now it looks like it is starting to move away. Of course, financials are still probably way below, even though they had a nice day yesterday, decent day yesterday. Yeah, but still way below. Discretionary, XLY, consumer discretionary, that should be getting close. Maybe not. So it's just Staples. So Staples is the one that is really trying to get close. LB, okay, and we know the communications and tech were above. XLC, communications, yeah, still nicely above. And tech, XLK. So we may have one to join them, XLP. Something that can be get above that 200-day moving average. Look at KRE, guys. What a move. Now, I just have my doubts about FRC. I mean, the other ones maybe ripping. I just have my doubts about this FRC. There's just so much negative news about it. Yeah, I mean, last year they were throwing a lifeline with those the big banks, maybe putting $32 million in. But now JP Morgan, let's get this up. Suggesting JP Morgan is leading discussions to come up with a new rescue plan for the bank. I don't really know regarding Schwab. I mean, they're, like I look at them, they're like a retail broker, of course, but there you go. So Goldman Sachs is weighing in and with coverage of buy and target 75. Okay. I mean, I think virtually everything that was, anything in the financial sector got hit. But let's take a look at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I don't think anybody's thinking IB or Schwab or, there's no, they're going out of business. They better not. I mean, they're not even remotely the same as, the banks, like the FRCs and but they're just, they're on the financial sector. But I don't see, look at Interactive Brokers. I mean, look at this little pop here. No volume, but I think they just all got swept up. But I don't know. I mean, I don't dive into it that extensively. But I don't. I mean, this FRC, this just checking. Okay, so there was some covering. So you can see there was some covering. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. But when we last looked, what was it? 966,000 shares were available short. Now there are a million. So there's been some short covering. Yeah, they better stay open. Otherwise, I won't be happy. But I know your government now is starting to talk about like everything in the banks being guaranteed, not the share prices, of course, but everything being insured. I don't know what that would cost. Real, my bias is definitely shorting these pops. No question about it. The shares available, Interactive Brokers. I think there's a lot. Yeah, almost a million, 921,000 shares available. So yeah, if these get a little more extended here, and there goes FRC, guys. Actually, there goes FRC. That's a pretty big drop. And sort of corresponding to that red candle, up to 1640. Is that right? Yeah, I mean, this was 1640, the previous candle, that was a high, and now down to 1523 and getting close to the VWAP again, 1480. And I just have my doubts. Still up, yeah, 25%. Now look at that red candle now forming on the on KRE. US Bancorp is still pretty strong though, guys. US Bancorp has not really had a pullback yet. USB. The next high looking left is 3654, so it's very close to that high. I think the VWAP on FRC will be interesting to see what it does. If it can get down to the VWAP, 1481 is the VWAP. For FRC, I mean, this stock, remember, this stock was 1330, like as low as 1210 in the pre-market. So, I mean, this is just a real wide range, wide range for FRC. ONON continues to press a bit here. ONON continues to press. And again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart still has some room, 2686. Just have my doubts, and reals sort of the same. That I have my doubts that these things are just going to be able to keep moving in this market. Well, speaking of Schwab, with that upgrade from Goldman, what did I say it was? $75 price target. Now, again, that doesn't mean that it's going to hit 75 today or ever, but Goldman does have some weight, of course. To me, I'm going to stick an alert. I don't think it's going to happen today, but I'm going to stick an alert for Schwab at 61.19. And the reason being is that's the high of that of the March 14th candle. If it can take that out, then you look left, and the next highs are on 65, and then we're getting closer to that Goldman 75 price target. Look at FRC, man, oh man, you talk about, that's why it is difficult to trade, guys. Really, really hard to time these. I mean, this, what did it get down to? It got down to 14.77 and they just popped immediately a dollar, just like that. And look at that bottoming tail for KRE. So it's mimicking FRC. And look at WAL. I mean, this is really moving here now. As is Schwab. Boy, SHE, that upgrade by Golden must be taking effect. All right, guys, less than a minute before the market opens. I don't know where William is today, but so let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Some exceptions, of course, but typically I do not trade in the first 15. All right, now it's red again. We're getting pretty frothy right now with these regional banks. All right, guys, we're open for business now. So again, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm not sure I mentioned Selb. Yeah, I shouldn't have. I know. Yeah, this was a phase. It was phase 3, but look at this. Phase 3, and just basically giving everything up. Shoot, and this was shortable for me too. Lots of shares, 3.5 million at Interactive Brokers. Okay, look at FRC, guys, now over 16. Interesting because, this is not ripping. KRE is not ripping, but FRC briefly was over 16. I mean, these are trading like low float stocks. Okay. I did not mention QNCX. This is I think a potential buyout. QNCX is a potential buyout. Surges on 50 on acquisition offer from Echo Lake Capital. Okay, it's an offer. So there's QNCX. Not shortable for me. Well, ONON making a new high now, guys. ONON making a new high. Again, the next high, actually, it's there. Is it? No, not quite. 2686 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Yeah, look at that. All the way up to 10 and then right back down. USX. All right, guys. Well, the market's is ripping here right now. So the Dow is up big, SPY's up big, NASDAQ's up big. Hey, who knows? Maybe we're going to get back to that 400 mark for the SPY. Well, ON, no let up yet. And it's through that high now, 2686. I think real probably had some kind of a fib level, 27 something. So I know ON showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. It's just early. Look at EMAN, guys. Boy, this is just so strong still. EMAN looked like it was going to maybe take out two yesterday, but not yet. What a run it's been on for the last, well, this is now the fifth day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is the fifth day. Wow, look at KRE. Look at KRE exploding here. Safe Bulkers, SB on the move here. SB, but I think it's just coming into too much resistance, not that far away. So yeah, I do see XPAV. I did see XPAV. Boy, this is just a difficult one. Yeah, the day before had the big move up and it sold off. My feeling is that it might struggle to get through 10, XPAV. Mm. Okay, guys, FRC, I mean, again, really, really whippy, with that 181 million in the float. And again, it's trading like a low float stock. There is the VWAP now is up to 50. So it's below the VWAP now. Just a little bit, excuse me, a little bit below the VWAP. Okay, for FRC. And look how many shares, a couple 100,000 have been taken now at Interactive Brokers. It was 1 million last time I looked. So it's a little over 800,000 now left. Okay, guys, very interesting now. Now the low looking left for FRC yesterday was 1152. So it's now below it's below the VWAP. Look at that 200-day moving average, 133 for FRC. Unbelievable. TME, guys, TME on the way down here. TME, Tencent Music Entertainment. Wow. This is that's not an all-time low, but looks like the next low looking left is 694. So it's a little bit close. A little bit close. Okay, guys, Alt just made my 10-day daily breakdown. Little bit early. Looking left on that weekly chart, 515. Yeah, 515 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So on the weekly chart, it has some room. Alt guys, alt on the way down here. Alt on the way down, guys. ALT. 10-day daily breakdown, 648, 626 right now. Key to try to take out will be 6. And as I said before, the low is 515 on the weekly chart. I haven't checked the daily actually, but there it is on the weekly chart. Yeah, this QNCX, I don't know how to play it because I mean it's a potential buyout. So, and $1.60 a share, so it's getting close. Is offered to buy at $1.60 a share. So don't think, well, I might as well just sink everything I have in the world at right now. It's at $1.47 because it's going to be bought out at $1.60. No. Okay. One. Okay, guys, FRC now. I missed it. I missed the entry I wanted. I got distracted a little bit. I mean, it's still going to be pretty whippy. It's still in the first 15 minutes, so it's still going to be pretty whippy. So I'm not going to beat myself up. But I mean, this just looks weak now. I mean, it's now below the VWAP, hanging below that VWAP, but it's just a little bit early for me to commit. But you can see the shorts are being snapped up at IB. I mean, remember, a million, now only 759,000. Look at Sarepta, guys. Tank, I don't know if you're in the room. I think you took this one. I don't know anybody else. I mean, full disclosure, I did not take this one. Just wanted to point out the opportunity, and this has been, yeah, I mean, pretty nice since it took out the high of Friday, 125. Now it's at 134. Ow, alt guys, alt now went through 6, went through 6. Did I tell you that I love my 10-day daily breakdown? More than the breakout. I'm sharing these. I'm sharing these. The don't repeat and the repeating versions. AEHR, I think Real just mentioned AEHR a little earlier. AEHR. Okay, so looking left, 36.38, 36.38. So it's got some room. It's got about $1 till that next high. Looking left. See if there's any news on this one. NAB's volume production order for wafer park or wafer pack. So this is a semi play, I guess. Yeah, so the question in our YouTube room is any idea why alt is tanking? Yeah, well, they had some news trading lower after the company announced results. Okay. Initially, I mean, if you read the initial headline, it said positive results, but market is not buying it. No pun intended. So that's the reason, Jamie. So I guess there's some play in these EV plays, guys. Look at Lucid here. So we had XPAV, Lucid. I'm seeing NIO. I'm sure that some of the other ones are probably moving too. So we've got some, I think Tesla also this morning. I mean, look at FRC. I mean, this is, I mean, again, it's trading like it's got, 2,000 and 2 million in the float. Exactly why I like to back off in the first 15 minutes for most. And there's Riven also. So we've got the EV plays are on, as we speak anyway, are on fire. Mark Cuban backed startup delivers charging to EVs, just like ordering from Uber Eats or Grubhub. So what is the actual startup? Obviously not public. Okay, so this is not public yet. So this was actually a Shark Tank winner. Oh, and oh, and guys, this is still strong. I mean, I had a little pullback, but this is still strong. Very few earnings plays. Boy, look at Sarepta. I mean, I wish I'd taken it now, but look at Sarepta, SRPT. It's waiting now. FDA to back now, nothing to do specifically with Sarepta. This is just a headline that I'm seeing, but to back accelerator approval pathway for gene therapies. Here's one on the move, guy. Oh, this is okay, an ETF, the gold miners. Inverse. So gold must be moving down or something because this is the inverse, GDXD. Yeah, so it looks like precious metals are falling a bit here. I see PAAS through the 200-day moving average. PAAS. I mean, this now is getting close now. Alt is getting close to that 515 low. Oh, well, close. I mean, it's 570. CSIQ on the move also. CSIQ, another earnings play. CSIQ, next high looking left is 4053. If it can take that out, the next high is 40. Well, that's pretty close. 4092. Wow, only one alert so far from that 10-day daily breakdown. 648 the alt, but look at it. Whoops. Here's another one coming in now, guys. AG. Now, this is a silver play, right? Too bad. Okay, so take a look at AG and looking left, the next low is 585. So, man, I mean, you can just see if it can take a 585. Big float, quarter of a billion in the float. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert around 580. 580 for AG. See if it really gets going underneath that 580. Man, Alt just made another new low. Again, 515. 515 is your next low on the weekly chart for Alt. Oh, wow. Look at WAL, guys. WAL. Now, this is sort of bucking the trend here. KRE has got a red candle here, but WAL is doing this. So this is really bucking the trend a little bit for the regional banks. Big surge. Look, I mean, can it get all the way down here to 5? Boy, this is just getting destroyed. It's so funny because the first headline that I saw this morning, even though it was down, was announces positive results. Okay, and I thought, okay, well, and then you look at the chart and go, okay, Well, I guess the positive news is no, this is not written in stone, of course, but I think your government is suggesting that maybe all deposits in all banks will be insured by 100%. So that doesn't help the share price, but I mean, obviously, well, it can obviously it protects people's deposits, which in theory, I guess, will help the share price. But that is, I guess, maybe the look at this 516. What a short, oh man, 515. The next low is 490. I mean, I can't believe it'll take out five. Big positive day so far, guys. Well, KRE is, it's funny because KRE moving down, but both FRC and WAL moving up. No, I read that too. I read that in the, whatever, I can't remember who delivers my pre-market news, but I read that also about potential. I think I even read it last night. Look at Foot Locker, guys. Foot Locker, a couple of upgrades. Wow, couple of upgrades now, and had earnings yesterday. Big sell-off. It was really positive for most. Well, not, I don't even know for most of the day, but and then it just sold right off. So there's Foot Locker though on the move. Had a couple of upgrades this morning, and that's FL Foot Locker. Where's Tank? Are you in the room, Tank? Another one that was moving higher was IBRX. IBRX, another cheap one, continues to engage in ongoing discussions with the FDA. Okay. Yeah, right. You're a funny man, JK. Well, that pullback for ONN was short-lived. This has just been I'm not in this one, guys. I did not take this one. I was actually looking more for a pullback on this one, but hey, yes, it did have a minor one, but boy, this is just so strong. ONON. Oh, you're not kidding. Okay. No, I don't think he's talking. He'll think he's talking about me. Wow, this is like, okay, well, I have to keep looking left now to see where the next high on the weekly chart is. Where could it start really stalling? ONON, next time, 27.98. And it got 27.98. That is literally the next high. Looking left is 27.98, and that's where it got to. Look at FRC. Oh, man. Is this stuck or something? Because I'm looking at this KRE, and this is a candle here. 9:45. Yeah, no, this doesn't look like it's stuck, but FRC and both WAL ripping. But there must be some other banks dragging the sector down. Certainly not FRC or WAL. There's got to be some other banks dragging this down a little bit. Remember, let's see if those shorts are covered now at Interactive Brokers. Oh, they're still. I mean, it just seems like, well, it was about 15 minutes ago. I was looking to short this one as it broke down through the VWAP. Yeah, here's Pac W, guys. The distance to the next high is, wow, right up here, 1391. Now I had excuse me, H-band, Huntington Bank Core. I had why did I have an alert? The high of 3 days ago now for HBAN. And of course, looking left, it's got a ton of room, 1328. Not saying it's getting there, but if these banks remain strong, these regional banks remain strong, HBAN, what's the volume like? Great volume, 5.8 million. It's a big float, 1.4 billion in the float. But again, these things are trading like low float stocks. Okay, DWAC, a little bit of a move, guys. DWAC, a little bit of move over 14. DWAC, high yesterday was way up here at 1528 or so. 1525, actually. Even GME is having a bit of a day. Ah, interesting. They have earnings after hours, guys. GME has earnings after hours today, such as they're going to be. So there's a little bit of enthusiasm ahead of their earnings release, I guess. And that's GME. DWAC on the move, guys. DWAC on the move. Okay, so this NB must have been a SPAC. It's turned into NB. You can see it's the first day of trading as NB, but it was trading in the pre-market. So there's NB and it just got halted. NB got halted. I didn't even realize that FRC got halted on the way up. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open in about 30 seconds. It'll open at 10:02 plus 54 seconds. So 20 seconds from now. No scan. Question is what scan picked up DWAC? I just have it thumbnailed on a chart. Okay. Just because it was active yesterday, so I wanted to thumbnail it, see if there be any activity today. So it's no scan has picked it up. Whoa, FRC just opened, guys, and it exploded over that 1667. briefly. And then a sell-off. So what did it get up to? It got up to 1704 and it's dropped a dollar that high. Okay, HUYA is an earnings play. I just didn't look at it because I don't know. I didn't think it had that much room left for it to go, but it is an earnings play and it's through the 200-day moving average. HUYA. Look at alt guys. It's at 5 now. Man. Again, that next low looking left was I think 590, 490. I mean 490. Oh, okay, trying to short this AG, but that stupid uptick rule. All right, now guys, look at KRE now and take a look at WAL and FRC. Ah, I can't get this AG. Uptick rule is nailing me here. 22% down, 22%. I mean, there's tons of shares available, almost 5 million. And I was holding at 576. I was holding at 577. They just would not fill me. Yeah, it's a well, potential takeover by night. Somebody asked about USX. Yeah, you can paper trade, yeah, Zach. Well, if you're brand new to trading, yeah, you're going to be utterly confused if you're brand new to trading. If you're here thinking that, I or anybody else is just going to tell you what to buy or sell, unfortunately, that's not the case. Okay, so I don't know. Are you brand new to trading, Zach? No, ZAK, not. Are you brand new to trading? And can you hear me? No, no, it's not. No, ZAK, just above you. Can you hear me, ZAK? Well, can you hear me? Are you brand new to trading? Are you brand new to trading? Okay, well, okay, I'm trying to help you, but you're not answering. Are you brand new to trading? Okay, I think I'm going to have to. Yeah, no, he can hear. I think we're just being trolled here. So thank you, Zach, or Real for deleting that post. I think we're just being trolled here. I'm asking a legitimate question and I'm not getting an answer, so I don't have any. Well, but yet you can hear my answer asking you a question. Your sound is off. Well, are you brand new to trading? Are you brand new to trading? I'll give you one more chance. Okay, here's a course for you. I'm assuming you can see me, or maybe you can see the screen, and go to scroll down to Trading 101. Okay, I'll just post that in, and then I got to move on. Okay, guys, now let's see what else is happening here. Easy Go, Easy Go is on the move here. Easy Go, but again, coming into potentially a lot of resistance. Don't talk to me about AG. I could not get the fill. I just couldn't get, they wouldn't fill me. So there are a couple of nice ones so far. I mean, obviously, alt from 648. It's popped up over 5 now. But this one, a little more AG from 585 now, 562. I couldn't get it. They just would not fill me. Not a matter of no shorts. It was a stupid uptick rule. Hertz guys, HTZ. I had an alert set for Hertz, HTZ. Here we go. Look at this one. So this is now 1634. I had the alert set, I think. We're just underneath 1634, which is the high of 3 days ago. Look at the room Hertz has got, 1770. It wants to go. Let's take a look at some over the VWAP. Over the VWAP. So ONON is having that little difficulty getting through 28, I think. Yeah, just having that little bit of difficulty getting through that 28. Now, I didn't like that easy go because it looked like it was going to be too much resistance right about here. Now it popped above it, but now look, if it can really get running here over 150, I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is 215. So I guess you call this an EV play. So EVs are hot today. EV play. Tell you, ONON is struggling to get through 28. Could be Denver. Could be. Let me get the SPY up now. Just see what the overall market is doing. Yeah, the SPY is still pretty steady. Near the red candle there, but topping tail and bottoming tail. ROIV on the way down. Roivant. ROIV on the way down. Okay, guys, ONON on the way down. OLONON on the way down a little bit anyway. Rejecting of that 28 level. Too bad there doesn't look like there's a lot of room underneath for look at the weekly chart for ROIV. Boy, 750, big blockage there. If it can somehow get through 750, the next lows are 666 or so. Ominous. ONON guys on that 28 rejection so far. Yeah, that FRC and the wall. I mean, they again. I know I keep saying this, but they're trading like they've got 2 million in the float. Ah, 10 cent TME. Okay, underneath 7 now. Ooh, look at this, guys. Look at the room. Is that right? 694. Yeah, look at the room TME's got. Oh, man, I cannot get TME either. Trying to get TME in a short, but again, that uptick rule is that, and I mean, there's tons of shares, 17 million. I'm having a difficult time getting short some fills now because of that uptick rule. But look at TME. I mean, look underneath, and the next low looking left is 570. Here's a dollar away for TME. It's interesting. I had zero problem getting this is down 54% now. No problem getting an ALT short, but those other ones that weren't down even remotely, like ALT, just would not get a fill because of the uptick rule. ONON guys continues down. This is still a strong stock. So there's the VWAP 2690. Let's see what it does to run the VWAP if it gets down there. You mentioned Intel earlier. Wow, yeah, no kidding. INTC. No kidding. 2 days ago, it looked like it was trying to get through the 200-day moving average. Got right up to it, sold off. Yesterday a sell-off, today a sell-off. You look at SMH. SMH has been a super strong sector. It's still strong. It's way above the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Watching, seeing how these banks now are starting to trade, starting to settle down a little bit. FRC, I bet you that, well, the VWAP has risen, of course. FRC, the VWAP has risen. Up to 1537. It was at 1480 earlier, but of course, with the all the activity, higher prices. So the VWAP is at 1537 now. The cheap one on the move here, guys. LSDI, LSD. Hi. This one had a yeah, sort of an interesting day yesterday. So I don't know. I guess there's room to about 180, I suppose. It's a low float, 9 million, almost 10 million in the float. ONL and guys getting close to the VWAP now. Closer and closer to the VWAP. 2691. Will it hold it? I mean, look at Easy Go, guys. I mean, this is just. I'm not liking this race right now. I mean, the small caps. You just, from what I've seen anyway, over the last couple of weeks, just not a lot of follow through. I'm not saying there's not one or two, but there's just not a lot of follow through. I mean, I don't expect things to just keep ripping higher, but a little bit of a pullback, perhaps base and then pop. Not seeing that. So I'm going to sort of abandon. I'd rather look at these ones. These are larger cap stocks. Oh, AG, yeah, AG continues down. So with precious metals, I think PWAS was moving down earlier also. Okay, VKTX, VKTX. Any news on this one? Having a terrible day. Just selling off. VKTX. Another one, lots of shorts available, 2 million. It's not down 10%, but I don't want to chase it now. Wow. How about a fantasy level of 369 wheel? I mean, there's a low right down here, 383, 383 for ALT. Okay, guys, USB over the whole number of 37, and looking left, still a ton of room, almost 39.60. Well, ton of room. It's got about $2.50 until that next high. But I mean, this is what's happening right here. This red bar here, and that is, oh yeah. Oh wait a minute, I've got ONON in here. Don't know how that happened. Sub $1. What's sub $1? Sub 27 coming right into the VWAP. ONON. Come on. 26.92, 26.94. Big level for it to try to hold or fail. Of course, it looks like it's trying to fail. ONON right at the VWAP, struggling. I shouldn't say struggling, but sitting on it. Oh man, I know somebody mentioned Ambi a little earlier. This is this absolutely insane one. Look at these topping tails. Look at what happened with Ambi. AMBI. Boy, the buyers really tried. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but the buyers, one, two, three. You don't often see this. I mean, three major attempts to get this stock higher and just being met with ferocious selling. AMBI. Now, granted, there are some bottoming tails too, but tough one. Hey, looks like that VWAP is holding ONON so far. The VWAP seems to be holding, so this could be a nice bounce play. What do I think about TME? This is in our YouTube room. Well, what I think about it is I couldn't get it because of the uptick rule. So, I mean, what do I think about it? I mean, why I wanted it is because it had all this room on the weekly chart to 570. So I think it's weak, but I tried to get it and I couldn't get it. I mean, it's not because there's 17 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, but I kept going in at the bid, holding it there for 30 seconds or so, and I just couldn't get a fill. So I'm just gonna have to leave it alone. Okay, so SGML got hammered down on that short report. Kind of holding though. It's the VWAP is here, 34.50. Now guaranteed they're going to come out. This company is going to come out and say it's a bunch of nonsense. In fact, not they haven't come out yet though. Don't know her Hermes. I don't know. Looks like that VWAP is holding ONON, guys. Well, yeah, it is holding it. All right, guy. Wow, 10:32 already. Fast morning. UBS on the move. UBS. Another one. Look left. Some room. 2095. Of course, these are the guys who are. I guess it's a done deal. They're going to be buying CS. I guess it's a done deal. Let's take a look at CS. Somebody asked me yesterday, should play this for a bounce? And the answer we said was no. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a terrible. I mean, look, going to be bought out. I mean, anything can happen, I suppose, but I wouldn't be touching CS. Okay, guys, ONN. Oh, sorry, ONON popped off the VWAP, but now it's starting to approach it again. 2693. This takes this out again. This could have another move down. And that's the ONON. Okay, it's been a while since I've had an alert, a new alert. And just as I said that, PRTK, PRTK, real cheap one. I'm not really loving these cheap ones. I just don't see the big follow through. Plus, a lot of times when I look left, I just see, the next high is reasonably close. So I just can't get too involved or too excited about these cheap ones right now. Time frame, okay, 15-minute, daily, weekly. PS25, okay. There's that. The 15 means 15-minute chart. D for daily, W for weekly. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I almost want to get rid of this for a while. I just don't see these cheap ones. I don't look at 1 minute ever. Okay. Now that doesn't mean, and I do have a 5 minute chart on another a monitor. My main look is the 15 though, but I never look at a one. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't. You can find a way to use a 1 minute chart to make money. Go for it. But I just find it's too jumpy. Mm. ONON. Well, it's been hanging around the VWAP, just hanging around. ONON has been hanging around the VWAP. I mean, literally there it is, 2693, and it's at 2693. I have an alert set for around 2670, and see if it really wants to take it out. Oh, look at FRC. Oh, brother. Okay, so ONON briefly went down to that 2677 and then popped right back up to the VWAP. Now, again, don't listen to me. PRTK ripping now, guys. I mean, I just have this bias right now against some of these. It's not a low float either. 44 million in the float. So price target cuts to $10 from 22 by Wainwright. Still 10. Remember SI, guys? We haven't looked at SI forever. Look at SI. Here's Silvergate, SI. Wow. It's even shortable at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, Pack W, a little short on this one. Put a 12 stop on it. Let's see if this, just looking at this red candle here, and that's Pack W, very tight stop on it. Make it stopped out almost immediately. Let's just see. And basically, it's just a rejection at 12 for me, but we'll see what happens here on the Pack W. This is more just like a real, hopefully, just, well, not hopefully, but a quick one. It may not, well, maybe quick out on a small loss. Okay, I'm out, guys. Yeah, flip the script maybe. What time? 1391, next high looking left. Okay, longer this holds over 12, I think I'll get in and on like a 12, 11, 12, 10 bid, something like that. Sorry, 12, 11, 12, 12. Clearing that whole number. Okay, guys, let's see if this one works on the long side. I'm talking about the Pack W. PRQR, just heard PRQR running up, PRQR running up. Wow, now this one could get interesting. This one could get interesting. I mean, look at the high, the next high, if it can get through. Wow, look at this one, guys. This is really interesting. If it gets through, if it can get through this 378, 372, which is not far away, look left on that weekly chart. We've got 615 as the next high. Is anything happening with this one? PRQR. Just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. Must put an alert here. Maybe a little bit above it, 377 or so. Not a low float, 46 million in the float out of the Netherlands. Okay. I mean, this could be a great one. It could be a great one. I just looking to see if there's any news on this one, on the PRQR. Got hammered down that week. I mean, this was, did they a reverse split or something? No, I don't think so. 46 million. I don't know what happened here. I mean, this was a 68-cent stock for a long time. Look at this. I mean, this happened back in over a year ago, and it just was under a dollar for a long, long time. Come on. Okay, guys. So just all you have to do is just put your price alert around 380 for PRQR, and let's see if it takes it out. That doesn't mean if it takes it out, you just hop into the trade. But boy, I mean, there is a big, big void, and 46 million in the flow. So it's not high, certainly not low. Go Pack W. Now I may just take some off here. Makes up for the well, making more, making up for the little loss I had on the short. Oh, guys, Pack W, yes. Nice, nice pop. Just took some off, guys. Just took some off. I mean, look at just reacting right with the KRE. As I said, I wanted it, got to the 12.11, 12.12 bid ask. That was my sign to get in. Yeah, and that's why. So I've been, instead of the SPY, because the banks are just so active right now, and I'm just watching KRE. Oh, there's Ambi. There's Ambi. So now let's take a look at these moves. Look at, wow, buyers have they've got some resolve. The high yesterday was 1576, so it's a little bit above that high. The next high looking left is 1829. But you've got to be so careful. I mean, just look at these topping tails that happened before. But the buyers, I mean, they've been all over this one. I mean, I mean, if you look at there's bottoming tails too. So it's not just topping tails, but there's some bottoming tails too. So I mean, this was really, there's a real battle going on between the buyer, and there still is. I mean, look at that topping tail now. But you got to be nimble on all these, the banks. I mean, they're just not. You've got to be number one. I would have KRE up and running all the time if you're going to play these bank stocks. Oh, just one moment, please. So that's what I mean, guys. So look at the Pac W. I mean, all of these, you've really got to be, take your profit when you can. I mean, these banks are just going to be very, look at that topping tail on the KRE. So yeah, it was fun while it went up, but you've got to be really, really quick, in my opinion. It's a strong little bank, NWG. I don't think I've seen this one really. It's a bank. International Banking and Financial Services. Okay. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's in the sector. Call it. It's in the sector. NWG. Well, I haven't seen SELB really since the pre-market. I just saw it had a tremendous sell-off. Yeah, I mean it's gone negative. It's actually gone negative. And this was in theory phase three, and it did this. I mean that's pretty brutal. Well, I'm still waiting to see if this really takes up the VWAP later on. That's the ONON. I'm going to put my reset my my alert. I mean, it's a strong stock. I mean, it is an earnings play. It's a strong stock, but I just my bias is definitely to short these things. But it's a strong stock. I mean, it's an earnings play, and it's done very well. Obviously, big float too. I mean, that's a big move. 26% with 183 million in the float. You guys were talking about Genius a little earlier, GNS, okay, and now another one just popping up and then right back down for a while anyway. Yeah, too bad this one has such a big float, BBVA. It's look at this. It's just sort of basing right at the VWAP. If it ever took off a little bit, and the next high looking left is 717, but after that, 750 or so. But it just looks like it's going to be tough. Oh, oh man, there's the Ambi guys. It very difficult to trade. You're gonna take this, you have to have such a wide stop, so you're gonna have to take fewer shares with wider stops. Otherwise, you'll just get whipped out of your position. I mean, look at that. What, up to 1640, right back down to 1530. Oh, when, just playing around that VWAP, guys. 2694, just playing around that VWAP area. All right, guys, time for you know what. I haven't talked about trade ideas in general for a bit. Lots of action already this morning. So a little bit about what you can find on my homepage, including the promo, which is still on. I wasn't sure if that 25% would still be on, but it is still on. I checked this morning, checked to see if the code would still work, and it still works. Thank you, Greenhorn. I don't really check anything in our Discord room, okay? So I do apologize. ONON. Oh, there we go. Briefly did the same thing the other time. Briefly taking out the VWAP. Well, short float. Well, okay. If you're talking about this one, the short float is the percent of the float that is short, okay? Lousy trader. So you've got your float, which is 183 million, of which 9.98% is short. So if you multiply, well, say about 18 million shares are short. So they are different, yes. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So as I say, this promo code is still valid, okay? The Patty 25 for 25% off. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll have 4 plans you can choose from. Annual, premium, annual standard. Premium is 2,000 less the 25%, and the standard is 1,000 less the 25%. You don't have to go with an annual, certainly not to start. Got to make sure you want the program if you're going to go annual. So you can always start off with 118 on the standard, 228 premium, minus the 25% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. Okay. If within 30 days though of taking out a monthly, you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will take you through right from the beginning, your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. About 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes. New to trading, we've got a great course for you, Trading 101. Okay, this is starts off with what is a stock, okay, as basic as you can get. Michael Noss. In fact, Michael will be in our YouTube room today between 12 and 1, where I take my break. Michael Noss put this trading course together. Daily stock of the day video. I do one right around about 1:20 Eastern time. You can sign up for it right here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. What is the trade of the week doing, or how is it? I don't think it can't be doing too well. When I was watching silver moving down, I don't know if gold was moving down at the same time. Yeah, so it triggered. I don't know what the stop was. It did trigger yesterday briefly, but I don't know what the stop was. I don't know. So I don't know if this has been officially stopped out. And this is free. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotional folder. Education, big education section right here. We have a great user guide. There's that getting started again. There's you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. You click on the stock racing, you'll see we've got 4 good videos right there, and race startup, race configuration. This is all clickable. Okay, explains everything about stock racing. There's that getting started series again, hammering it home. So the daily support. So again, I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today being Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. I'll confirm that before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in. We can head over and listen to Michael. Free trading room, educational videos. So lots of information in the educational section. And my scans. Here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down, okay? And here are my scans that I'm sharing. You click here. Here are the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I've been using in the for the pre-market forever. Here are the 2 races that you see. Biggest gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open. Slightly differently named, but you get the gist. Here are the 2 beauties. Well, especially on the downside today, the daily breakdown, and I got the daily breakout 10 days. Okay. You can see the pulse resumes, not as active today. This is more This is, I don't want to call it really a scan. It's just sort of more information when a stock gets halted and then when it's going to resume. So here are my scans that I am sharing. So if you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my homepage link, and then you can use that promo code. And again, when you click on it, you will see a different promo code. Like you won't see it anymore. But trust me, it still works. Make sure of that unless they removed it, but I did check it this morning. And the answer is yes, still working. So take advantage of it. I don't know for how much longer, but certainly by up until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, that code should still be working. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Okay, guys. PAC W is still looking interesting. I mean, it's holding over that whole number of 12. Kind of interesting. UMH just popped in here. UMH. What do they do? Other financial vehicles. Okay, so another real estate investment trust, UMH. Looking left, next high is 1454, so that's too close, obviously. 1488. Yeah. So lousy trader, I want you to change that name. As you said, you'll change it once you become not a lousy trader. I get it. Talking to someone in the YouTube room. You understand what I meant about the short float and the short float percent and the float? If you didn't understand, just let me know and I'll try to re-explain it. Okay, good. Then again, just in general, just think of it like this, if I short something and then I don't cover, then that becomes part of the short float percent. And the more and more people who keep shorting a stock and holding the short, well, that just keeps adding to that short float percent. It's just the reverse of going long something when you're long, you're holding on, hoping it goes up. If you're short, of course, you hope the stock goes down. So it's like a swing short. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys. Actually, a question: do I have better success shorting or longing stocks? DWAC guys, just as I'm watching, DWAC making a little bit of a move here. Well, I would say for sure, my 10-day daily breakdown as opposed to my daily breakout, for sure, over the last few months has been a bigger winner than the breakouts. I would say that's almost for sure. Um, okay, guys, we have a halt here. MGRX. This is an IPO. IPO, I guess. I guess this is an IPO today. Yes, IPO just got halted, I guess, or resumed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So this okay. So this is the a little quirk about our halts resumes. When a stock is an IPO, I would say that 90% of the time, when it starts to trade, it'll show up as a resume. Okay. Yeah, Drawer. I mean, I don't have. I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean, but I don't have time to delve into an SAC or Business Wire or whatever that is to really delve into what's happening there. I have no idea. Or dive into. All right, so MGRX trading now. So I wonder how many shares. CTRN guys, CTRN. This is an earnings play, um, making a new low now. Yeah. Okay, little pop here for the KRE. I'm just watching Wall and FRC to see if it is moving. So UN, try to put them in caps. So UN, yeah, nice move. Probably coming into some resistance either around two or just over it. Could be, should say, could be coming into resistance. This is a nice red bar ignored though, trend up. And then red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green. So let's see if there's any specific news for this one. This was an AI play, right? I mean, we haven't seen any AI plays for a while. The DWAC getting a little bit frisky here, guys. DWAC. Hey, moment, guys. I'm just talking to somebody in our dev. Where is it? There's the DWAC guys. DWAC on the move here. DWAC on the move. Key. Another bank, guys. Key. Why do I have an alert? Because it just took out the 3 day ago high, and or it's at the 3 day ago high, and 1374 is the next high looking left. Still a dollar. See a lot of charts that look like this. I'm continuing to watch the PAC W. The good thing is just kind of holding over 12 and basing nicely. If it ever gets going again off that 12, it's a good base. Hey guys, give me a moment, okay? Just give me a moment. I've got a couple things I have to do. What time is it right now? 11:20. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, guys. Oh, I'll be right back. I got a little bit bigger. Well, what time is it? 11:25. Okay, guys. So the DWAC. Now take a look at some of the banks now. WAL, FRC, and now actually PACW giving up 12. Now this is my original premise was to short this one. Now it's getting closer to the VWAP, 1166. Took a little loss on when I tried to short it the first time. Coming into the VWAP now, 1166, the VWAP for PACW. Okay, let's get the SPY up instead of the KRE right now, the SPY. Now, my feelings about something like an FRC, I don't care what it's done all day. My feeling is that, in the last hour of the day, it could sell off. Okay. I just don't think people are going to hold this thing. I'm not saying to short it and hold it overnight or anything like that, but I just don't get the feeling that people are going to hold this overnight. So what I'd like to see is, well, watch to see how it trades in the last hour of the day to see if people, I mean, I'm sure there are day traders who are made some good money trading this on the long side. I just can't believe they're going to hold it though. So maybe, around 2:30, start watching this FRC to see if it really starts to, fade. Yeah, look at this DWAC. My goodness. So got up to 1477 and it sold right off. Well, look at GTLB, another wild one, guys. Look at the room it's got, 45.48. Look at the room it's got. GTLB. Another one with some room, FLNC. All I'm doing, well, no, okay. It's custom formula, so you'd need a custom formula. But all I'm doing, I have this little distance to the next high and minimum of $2. And that's how I'm seeing some of these ones. So you can see FLNC, you look left, the next high is 1930, which of course is more than $2 away. Okay, MTC on the move here, guys. MTC. Yeah, but again, I think there's just too much resistance Not that far away. I won't know that, of course, until I click on the alert. And we have a halt. FRC now halted on the way down. I'm sorry, it just resumed. I'm sorry, halted on the way down, and now it's just resuming. FRC. Well, this Paratech, I know we saw this earlier, I sort of dismissed it because I thought too much resistance, not that far away. However, I mean, two is the next high looking left. Or wow, look at this. So somebody said this is a potential merger or buy or buyout or something. I know that Wainwright has maintained a price target of 10, but that's chopped from 20, and that is for the PRTK. All right, I will be right back, I promise. Hey guys, give me about 5 minutes. I will be back in about five. All right, guys, I'm now back. Back until noon. Shoot, missed the Pac W. I had to leave just for a second, and I missed the Pac W short. Looks like PACW through the VWAP. Well, it's at the VWAP. It's right at the VWAP, 1167. Let's see what it does here. I mean, it broke down below it. Okay, so the MGRX IPO today resumed. So this is not a good one. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert, the high of the day, and see if later on it takes it out. 437, see if later on it takes it out. I don't know nothing about these guys. Therapy, so it looks like it's a little bio of some sort. All right, guys, let's see. FLNC. Does it run its gap for a little bit here? See if it fades somewhat down to that VWAP area. Look at DWAP. I mean, this is, again, just not a lot of follow through on most of the things that I've seen. Giant, big topping tail, 1478, right back down to 1390. AI could be lower. The last time I looked at AI, I thought it was around 21. So obviously it popped a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, it was 21 pre-market when I saw it. Okay, guys, watching this FLNC to see if it wants to fill this little void here. Another one, this is another, excuse me, not an IPO. Okay, so this got halted earlier. I didn't see this. So another one of these SPACs that turned into CALC. All right, guys, 11:41. So I just want to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room as I take my break. Whoops. Okay, yes, I just confirmed it is Michael Noss going to be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes while I take my break between 12 and 1. Yeah, I don't know when the next test drive is. Talking Candlestick. Don't know when it's going to be. We haven't come up with a date yet. We usually do 3 or 4 of them a year, so it's no, it wasn't just a 2022 thing. But we just haven't come up with a date for this year yet. Yeah, I've been frustrated at least once. I know the AG definitely got frustrated on the AG. Could not get the short. And there was one other one. I can't remember what it was. Can you build a custom formula to use in a top list for relative Why would you need a custom formula for relative volume, talking candlestick? It's depends what you're trying to do, of course, but talking to somebody in our YouTube room, I mean, we have the relative volume filter that you can use in a top list. So maybe it's just semantics when you say build a custom formula. You can add relative volume in any top list that you want. No, it's not that they didn't have shorts available, things to do in Hawaii. There are lots of shorts, 4 million shorts. It's just the uptick rule. The stock was down more than 10%, so it wasn't a matter no shorts being available. There are 4.6 million shares available, Interactive Brokers, but the uptick rule, I sat there on the bid several times, different prices just would not fill me. All right, guys. Yeah, so I think I told you, I have confirmed that it's Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, or Michael Noss will be taking over for me between 12 and 1. Yeah, okay, so you can, yeah, so you're not talking relative volume. Okay, so volume today bigger than the 5-day average. That's pretty simple. Have you ever done one before? I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so Michael might, but that's really simple. Let me just show you the data points. Question in our YouTube room. Custom formula for the volume being greater than the 5-day average and the 5-day average being greater than the 10-day average. Pretty simple. Give me a moment. Got to find the filter code for you. Just give me a moment, okay? I'm sure it's here somewhere. Maybe we don't have those maybe we don't have those yeah, maybe we don't have them. I'm looking here in the filter codes. I could have sworn here we'd have the 5-day and 10-day average. Could have sworn we'd have it. I haven't, well, right here, right, okay, right here. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so if you want the, have you ever written a custom filter? Have you ever written one of these before? I'm talking to you, talking candlestick. Okay, so if you go to the guide, but here is, I'm gonna put this in here for you, okay? If you can see my screen, you can see here is the formula. Average daily volume for 5 days. You can see it says VOL 5D capitalized with these brackets, with these square brackets around it, as an example. And the volume today is, so literally, this would be the formula. Okay, that would be your formula. Total volume, which is today's volume greater than the volume, average volume over the last 5 days, okay? And then the next one should be pretty obvious. Now, when you create the formula, you would put one in the min box, and that'll make it true. In other words, is today's volume greater than the average over the last 5 days? And you just put one in the min box, and how to create these. And then the other one would just be 10-day. I don't know why they do that. Boy, that is not, I wonder why it doesn't say 10 days. But anyway, the other formula to make sure that volume 5 days is greater than the volume of 10 days. It doesn't make sense, but I guess these codes were developed a long time ago. Oops. Wrong, 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 wrong. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what you want to do then is if you go to the guide, it'll show you how to create the custom formula. Well, it'll show you where you go to create your custom formula, and you just basically put those two in. Oh, you want that as an and the 5 days. So you don't want them different. Yeah, there's I can't remember what it is. Michael will know, okay? Michael will know, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember what there is I think it's two ands that you put in. Hey, by the way, PRQR guys, PRQR. So I don't think that is right. I think you have to, you would actually separate them. You would have TV greater than volume, and then you'd use that, there's an and that, that's in a, like a programming language for an and. I just can't remember what it is. I've written one for so long. It might be two of these, might be something like that, okay? But I'm not sure. Michael should know, okay? So what you would do is you'd have the TV greater than a volume 5D, and then I think it's the double ampersands or whatever they're called, and then volume 5D greater than volume, not 10D, no, no. I know it sounds crazy, but it's just volume, okay? If you can see what I put here. That is actually the volume 10-day, even though it doesn't say 10-day. Okay, I don't know why why that is, but if you can see my screen, you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. See the volume 10 10 days is just volume. It's not a 10-day like the volume 5 days. It says volume 5 days. Okay. The 10-day, don't ask me why. It doesn't say 10D, but that's just what it is. But Michael should be able to help you, okay? If that, I think it's a double and, that is the and. Guys, keep an eye on SGML, SGML, SGML. It's having a, after getting thumped down, I'm just wondering if the company has come up with something that is trying to refute it. I don't see that. You know, Grizzly Research came out with a slamming these guys. Okay, and so that's what caused the big downturn. You can see it held the VWAP and now it's trying to make a little bit of a pop here. All right, guys, I say I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Around 1 p.m. And before I take my break, I will put my or put the YouTube link in so that you can listen to Michael. Okay, so there is a YouTube link. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'm just going to, not in our YouTube room, but I'll put myself on mute now. Just wait for Michael to show up. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Barry.
Hey, listen, this talking candlestick was asking me about custom formula. The and feature, is it just one and ampersand, or is it a double? You know, if you can read what he's trying to do, he wants to have the total volume today is greater than the average over the last 5 days, and the 5 day is greater than the volume over 10 days.
It's a
And
double.
is it a double or is it just a single?
It's a 99.99% sure it's a double.
Okay, so that's what I put in here. You can see that I've if you read what I've, so maybe you can help him out. The only thing is he put volume 10-day, which is not, for some reason. Just let me get rid of my sound alerts. They're going crazy. Yeah, for some reason, I guess when Trade Ideas was doing all this way at the beginning with custom or creating these data sets, they just, for the 10-day average, they just called it vol, VOL, with the square brackets. And then maybe they added later on the 5 day, and they didn't want to change that vol to 10-day, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
Make
think
sense?
it's just because it was probably like either the first
Yeah.
or the default or something like that. I'm just writing it out here, but yeah, I think it should be pretty much
Because
this simple.
when I looked at the data sets, it just said for 10-day, it was just vol in the square brackets, and that was it. So maybe you can help them.
I think That would probably work.
So talking
I would test
candlestick,
that.
yeah, that is what yeah. So what you put is no, because you still have to put and the volume 5-day greater than volume 10-day, okay? So just what Michael did.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Yes, yes, yes. Exactly what Michael did.
Yeah, assuming all those codes are right. That's
The
low.
codes are right. The
Yeah,
codes are
then
definitely
that's
right.
very likely that will work.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, my friend. Fun and game at the bank still.
Yeah,
And wow, look at this SGML. Shoot, this is one I wanted to take. They got hammered down on one of those short sellers said, you know what, this company's garbage. And so that SGML, take a look. And just as you were getting into the room, I wanted to maybe take that on that pop. Company has not come out yet with a refutation of it. Typically that's what they'll do, but it hasn't come out yet saying, hey, that Grizzly research is a bunch of garbage. But anyway,
well,
you
it's
can take a look
funny.
at
This was number 1 on TI Strength yesterday. I call
TGML, really.
yeah, SGML, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, not TGML. Yeah,
Yeah,
SGML, really. Okay.
yeah. Now it's still number, I don't know, 10 right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so I actually have it. I had it up before I even saw that you were watching it. So if it can get, I'm watching it for a close over 38 for a longer term trade, just because it's insane. Like, this is all time highs. It's
Hmm.
kicking against. It went from $7 to $40.
Right.
So it's been a monster move for this
You
from
just
swing
have to
trading.
battle these guys, Grizzly Research. They've got some kind of a following. It's sort of like Citron and these other guys, but they have some kind of a following, and they basically slammed the company. I think the conjecture was that maybe Elon would buy them, and but now they're saying, you know what, that's a bunch of bull, and maybe somebody will buy them, but we think they should be bought maybe half the current price. But that's whether that's going to be true or not, who knows?
Yeah, and that's all that stuff. I couldn't really care
I know you don't
care,
pay attention, but
as
it is
long as
interesting
it's
to know why it went down, though. I mean, you might look at that and go, "Wow, this was number one on TI strength yesterday. What happened?"
yeah, I it's one of those that if it closes above 38, I'm gonna buy some, and then if it gets back to 32, I'll get out. And uh, in the meantime, I intentionally avoid news
Yes, I know that. I
as
know
much
that.
as possible. It is
Okay,
a much more peaceful life, I guarantee
love the chaos. It's fun.
you.
I love the chaos. Okay, Michael, listen, I'll let you go. And Taylor has a question for you. I'm sure it's an easy one, or the chart's not updating in the first 3 hours of the pre-market. Probably doesn't have pre-market selected or something like that,
Yeah,
but I'll let you answer that. Okay.
cool. Have fun.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, so first of all, candles min 1 and then leave max alone. So that's how, when you do a binary custom formula like that, you set uh minimum to 1, just to kind of indicate true, right? If you put the 0 in there, that would indicate false. So just leave the max column empty and put 1 in the min. And then, yeah, for your pre-market, um, what symbol were you looking at that didn't have pre-market on your charts? Because it's totally working. And you're on a later version and all that, but we go to, on the SPY, it started at um 5 Eastern. So if you go to the SPY, you don't see 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock Eastern start time. And you've gone to our website and you made sure you've downloaded the newest version that's there. Because yeah, I would send a screenshot, because that's weird, because the charts, Again, assuming you have pre-market and post-market selected and you're on the newest version that you can download from the website, uh, the charts aren't how do I kind of say this? Just the charts aren't being held on your computer, they're being held server side. So it should be the same for everybody. Everyone who looks at a spy chart on a 3-minute chart like this should all see the exact same thing. And the fact that we haven't had anybody reporting this makes me think there was that it's something going on. So I would download the newest version just to make sure. Um, because yeah, it's if there was something wrong with the pre-market, there should be an issue. Um, yeah, no problem. I just send some screenshots and with it include your username or and just so that they can kind of look in the back end of the logs and everything to see what's going on. But yeah, um I've never heard anything about that. So it may be a weird one, unfortunately. It's always easier if we can just say, "Oh yeah, this is this common bug," and you just do, these two things and it clears up. But yeah, I've never heard anyone not having pre-market on their charts. What's the unit? The units category I wouldn't worry about, or I would just type in binary or something because the units category for your custom is basically just going to be what shows up in this column right here. That's all that is. Doesn't do anything to the formula. It's just so you can kind of put that right here. If the formula is partially saved, that means there was something wrong about it. Um, and it will tell you why. It will point at the bottom and it will say this is an unrecognized code or something like that. Make sure I got the codes right on that. Filter code. No, that should work. Oh, let me just do it on my end. Do I have any? I got no new ones. I'm all used up. What can I copy over? That one. Why not? So what I type. Oop. TV greater than. And you've made sure the caps lock or your caps is exactly perfect, right? B greater than. Yeah, so that works. So what I sent you works perfectly. Okay, perfect. No worries. It's and again, I'm no coder, but it's coding, so it seems uh incredibly fickle about right everything being perfect. Okay, everyone, I haven't even given the speech. So, what I'm doing here instead of Barry is giving him some much needed time off to go to the pub and slam 24 beers and open up the room to live Q&A. So, for the next hour, well, 50 minutes or so, I'll be here to answer any questions you guys have about trade ideas. So, as always, we appreciate the questions because we don't have anything prepared, and we just want to make sure that we're able to help out with whatever you guys need. So we don't want to be um we don't want to have prepared stuff and be rambling on about whatever, right? So yeah, and so the more you ask questions, the less I will be kind of rambling on about random stuff. So please ask your questions. And when it comes to the market, because that's what I'll be doing in the meantime, is just playing with seeing what's going to happen next in the market. I've been pretty head down working on stuff today, so I haven't really had a good chance to look at anything. But let me delete these. I had these in here for yesterday. We finally gapped out of that range. Didn't quite hit the 400 level, which has been a big level, and the anchored VWAP from the swing high. And we've already started to kind of pull back against it. Now we have FOMC tomorrow, and that's going to be a pretty massive deal. So I wouldn't expect any craziness to happen today, which is the main reason that I've been kind of um, focused on just the other stuff that's not market stuff. You have we're within kind of, I'm calling this the bank failure range, right? When all this kind of stuff started. So we're within that range, and then we're also kind of stuck within this range. So we're within a range. And then we have FOMC tomorrow. And this is the first FOMC in a while where we haven't known. All the other ones we kind of knew exactly what would have happened. Um, and then people are interested about things like, right, what verbiage does he use for X or Y or Z or dumb stuff like that. But this is the first one where people are kind of, I've actually heard a lot of contrary opinions about what may happen. Um, and then people always ask, well, why does the market die immediately before that? And my answer is just simply, well, always pretend you're a large institution or a big hedge fund manager or something like that. You're not going to want to take a bet the day before a giant decision like that, right? It's You'll just wait. Like, why would you, if you're going to load up on the market and there's a big event coming, to say, okay, I'm going to wait for that event to occur, and then I'll place my bets kind of after that is out of the way. And that's kind of what the market will do often, is you'll see as we kind of go into binary events, you see this kind of contraction in range when nobody's really kind of swinging for the fences. We're doing less than normal average daily volume on this candle as well. So really just put is, not really a day to kind of swing for the fences in my opinion on anything really. Which just means that if you're still trading, you want to short that stuff, or you want to be short in your, not be short, but you want to be short in your time horizon, right? So just understand that something that may have taken um, maybe before you'd be expecting kind of an uptrend like this. Now it's just, you want to take the trade because you'll see a lot more of this kind of stuff, right? Where it's more of a mess. So take your trade and just take your profits a little bit quicker. That's what I've been doing anyway. and not looking to kind of really load up on a lot of positions um while we wait for some sort of a the market to figure out, right? After J Pow's done talking, you're going to see some insanity tomorrow. So I certainly won't be trading tomorrow. And then Thursday is kind of when you get the quote unquote real move, right? After everything's calmed down and all the nerds and suits have had chance to look at the market and kind of determine what it is that they're thinking, and then go from there. Oh, so it looks like you're on an old version. Yeah, I would check that out for sure. Running a race on increasing volume. What tells a truer story? Volume percentage or relative? I always like relative volume simply because what it does, um, it cuts the day into like 15-minute intervals. So it does a better job of saying, as of this point, so as of 12 Eastern, XYZ stock normally does X volume and now it's doing Y. Whereas volume percentage is kind of day to day, right? So, generally the stock does a million shares and now it's doing two. But, that's obviously way more impressive if it's doing 2 million shares in the first, hour of the day, as opposed to if it does 2 million shares by 4 o'clock Eastern. Um, one kind of means it's on pace to do way more volume than the other one. So right now, 16% chance of no. Yeah, and it's usually been the rest of them. If you look at the Fed fund futures and all that, it's usually been like 99% chance of this. Um, so yeah, it's just the market really. And this is why I'm not a big volume guy and not a big news guy, is because the market really doesn't care about what will happen, because as soon as the market knows what will happen, it's priced in, right? What the market um, gets crazy about is things that it doesn't know is going to occur because there's no way to price them in, right? Um, so it's one of those things in which uh, large institutions and funds and stuff will just wait. I look at it this no different from, I'm not going to buy a stock that has earnings that night, right? You're buying before a binary event that's going to move the market in some way that, like, basically, some craziness is coming. And again, it's different all about time frames, right? I'm more of a swing trader, right? So if you're day trading, it doesn't matter. Just have that. Just know today's probably going to be a narrow range day, and you just take your trading accordingly. Just means scalp a little bit harder. Um, but when it comes to me looking for a bunch of stuff to buy, I'm not super interested because again, it's like buying before a binary event. It's just why, if I feel like I need to trade and need to buy something today so that I can make money tomorrow, then I kind of screwed up, right? As soon as you feel like you need to take a trade, um, you should be very, very worried. Because trading is a lot of doing nothing with very short periods of time of doing things, right? Do I ever look at the Fed Watch tool? No, I just don't. I'm as pure of a technical guy as you can find. Um, so I kind of avoid the news entirely. Right? I will just note that there's an event going on and avoid it because even if you knew 100% sure that they were going to raise 25 points, you have no idea what that's going to do to the market, right? So why would I care, kind of thing, right? And if you ever need an example, I always bring up this day right here, where this was the low of the market, and a CPI print came through like massive. It was inflation was crazy, everything was going nuts, and we gapped down on massive, massive volume. And then as it started to pop back up, like nothing happened between there. And we had this massive down day and this giant up day. And nothing happened between those two things. So if I had given you this CPI print in advance, it wouldn't have helped you, right? There would have been no you wouldn't have made any money knowing the CPI print in advance. So, all I care about is there news tomorrow, and um I will wait to see what the reactions news is, as opposed to trying to guess that in advance. So yeah, and then if I always kind of caveat this with, hey, if you're predicting what the Fed is gonna do the day before and taking bets ahead of the time, and you're making a bunch of money doing it, have fun. Um, I've just never met anyone who's been able to do that as a consistent strategy throughout years. So, and for me, that's kind of just how I look at trading. I always say, okay, what about the next 1,000 trades? I don't care what's going to happen tomorrow, right? My goal is to make this a career for a long period of time. So if I care about any given trade, it's not really what I'm looking for. But yeah, I don't expect anything more interesting to happen today than this. It's unfortunate, but it won't stop me from making a list of stuff that could be interesting after tomorrow, when the market finally kind of picks up steam one way or the other. So one of the scans that I'm using is a brand new one to the Market Explorer. And essentially what it's doing is just looking for stocks in which the RSI was never able to get oversold for an entire year. 252 trading days. The idea is the one thing we know about RSI is that selling or buying when it reaches overbought and selling when it reaches oversold, that doesn't work, right? That's been proven many times. But what happens is if you're scanning for stocks in which the RSI has never been able to get oversold, just by the way the math of RSI works, it's basically just saying, here's a stock that on any dip that the stock has, the buyers come in pretty aggressively and pretty quick. So, eventually, when you click through these, you end up just seeing a whole bunch of strong names from a swing trading kind of perspective and point of view. So it's becoming one of my go-to scanners just to look for strength. Stuff that's beating the market is always what I'm interested in getting involved in. That's why when me and Barry were talking earlier, we were talking about SGML. It had come up on TI Strength, which is another relative strength scanner. And yeah, I'm just looking to see if we can break through this level right here because you want to talk about relative outperformance to the market, then look no further than this guy, which is just wild and just a pretty typical pattern of it's been battling this resistance area. It's kind of put in a little bit of a round of bottom, or you could just say like an inverse head and shoulders. All of these patterns are subjective, but I always just like going, you know, it was every time since here that it's been bouncing, it's been getting higher and higher. So maybe if it breaks through that, things can get moving. Uh, to be honest, Barry was talking about some short report or something that came out. I like it even better now that I know that, simply because it means at least that company and probably a whole bunch more today are shorting this name. So I'm not buying it unless it closes over this $38 a share. So if that happens, then all of these shorts are wrong because that's an all-time closing highs, right? And again, that's the kind of stuff that I like. Like, you know, I think I say this every time, but the memes that are short to hell, well, you know, this thing's going bankrupt. So the shorts there are not worried. They're not like, oh man, we have to cover because the company will either go under or it will dilute its shareholders enough that it will push the price lower. Um, so either way, they're happy, right? When I look at something like ASO or even this SGML, this to me is more interesting, right? So ASO has a where is it? Yeah, 30% short float. And you can see how it's right near, if we go to like a monthly chart, it's pretty much right at monthly. Yeah, it's right at all-time highs. And it's like that's the kind of stuff that if I'm short and a third of the entire float is short, I'm getting nervous here because I'm losing money. I'm not getting nervous on the stuff that I'm making good money on. I'm getting nervous about the stuff that that I'm losing a bunch on. So that's actually what this scan right here looks for. It's just looking for stuff that both has a high short float and is kind of high up. My close ASO has almost no people. Yeah, I couldn't get that. Like that kind of stuff is not only not news, but it's anecdotal news, right? They had earnings. Uh, They had earnings a couple days ago, and that earnings report gave out good. So they are growing earnings 20% year over year, which is great. And again, it's at all time highs, and it's short a lot. The FedEx man. Yeah, I'm actually loading up my cameras here to see what they're mad about. It might be Amazon again. Yes, of course. It's always the FedEx guy. Um, yeah, so it's like, okay, they're making money. They positive earnings if people care about that kind of stuff. And it's at the all-time highs, and a third of the float is short. So at some point, these guys have got to cover. So that's again a lot of what this list is looking for is basically just saying, show me stuff that's in the high end of its range and heavily shorted. And then from there, I'll just do my technical analysis. So this TH, I bought a little bit after earnings when it held up. And if we can kind of, close up in this area, I'll probably buy a little bit more because if you go out to, again, just a long term short chart, then it's pushing up to is it all time? Yeah, all time highs and a fifth of the float is short. So those two things combined are for me all I need to get interested in a name is there a lot of people short and are those people potentially nervous about that short? Hold on a second. I'm just chatting with the dev people, just working through bugs and stuff on the new version. Yeah, so you know, pretty basic, pretty straightforward scan. It doesn't, hyper focusly narrow in on stuff, but it does give some interesting results. This shift four, I don't really even know what this guy is, but this is another one that I'm watching in which it's coiling up nicely after earnings. So these yellow lines on the chart are earnings, gapped up, ran a little bit after earnings. It's all I need to know fundamentally. The earnings were good. It's in the high end of its range, and it's just getting like really, really tight here. So for this one, right, if it can get and kind of close above 70, that's where I'm interested in that. Again, a fifth of the float is short, and this thing's kind of rocketing to new highs. It's making money instead of like the memers just getting murdered. And I think I have 15% short is the minimum to make this list. And yeah, just stuff in the high end. And then you can just sort it by whichever of these columns. So if I want all-time range, I can sort here by all-time range. So this is stuff that's never been higher or near that. There's obviously an error with that one. I'll take a look at. Yeah, let's change this a bit. and 2-year range here. So if you want stuff that's really taken off, you'll be able to find that here. So there's ASO. So we got another 20 minutes. If there are questions, I know it's a slow day. So there's probably also um, not a lot of people are getting super interested in doing anything, which again, I don't blame you when you look at a candle and it's a spinning top or a doji and it's this big. I don't blame anyone for saying, "Hey, this isn't the day that I need to really go after this." RC doing? No, the short sleeve is just the short squeeze one is just a um, traditional topless. I can share it here. Just because it doesn't need the complexity of the Market Explorer because it's just really, really basic. But often, right, the basic stuff can certainly help out. It just means you go through a lot of tickers until you find one. Whereas the Market Explorer looks for like really fancy stuff. This looks for much more basic kind of names. But right, ASXM. This is a nice looking one. We have this kind of big downtrending channel here with 24%, nearly a quarter of the flow to short. So if that can get popping through here, then people start to get a little bit nervous, and it might be time to cover those shorts, and that's obviously a good thing for us. Yeah, no worries. Anytime I can share a scan, I certainly will. And again, this is one of the ones that I'm really liking a lot. Uh, just show me stuff all day long that's heavily shorted and in like the high end of its all time range or at least a year or multi different year range as well. Um, right. Even like, so AutoNation has been pulling back for a couple weeks now, but it's pulling back kind of into this range and it's got a 20% short float. So, you know, we know there's no way that all of those shorts came from right here. But even if they did, it only needs to move up a bit to start to threaten those again, right? More likely, most of those shorts actually, kind of initiate it in this area. So as long as we're above that, they're in pain and it's kind of time to go, right? What's different about the Market Explorer? Yeah, so the Market Explorer is, um, first of all, it's not user configurable. So they're scans that we're kind of making in the back end. And the reason for that is that these scans are um, where the normal system has all of these filters that you can play with. The Market Explorer, you can build pretty much anything as long as that thing relies solely on price and volume. No fundamental filters or short floats or any of that kind of stuff, just pure price and volume. But because it's so configurable in the back end, we can do way more with it. We can build, any indicator that uses price and volume and any number of things that use price and volume. So it basically takes us out of the traditional sandbox. But because we are out of that sandbox, it essentially means that each scan is incredibly intensive. We couldn't let each individual user have their own thing. But we get to do some really cool stuff with it, right? So, TI strength being a common example in which this is an algorithm that I built that, investing in these names as opposed to, um, names that are tanking or something like this has been kind of mathematically proven to outperform the market. So, I'm able to go through and build some crazy stuff. And then even when it comes to, different things like support and resistance algorithms, which is fairly intensive as well. So these are all going to be names that are retesting. These are all every one of those is an ETF. Um, so this one would have been for yesterday, right? And it's finding stuff that had a resistance area and then broke that resistance area and retested it. Um, so doing this stuff is really, really advanced. Um, but yeah, it's stuff that we can do in this system. But again, just because it's so intense, it's kind of uncustomizable at the time. Right? And again, basic things like this one is just something we built for Steve, which is looking for stocks that have gapped and then come back to their 10, put it on here, 10 SMA, which is kind of Steve's favorite indicator. Right? So he likes to look at names like this um, that are chopping. It gapped up, so there was some good change in fundamental or news or something, but then waits for the 10-period moving average to catch up. The idea being, if this starts to move from this level, then if it kind of breaks and close under the 10, it's probably time to go. Right? Do ETF shows in TI strength? Yep, they'll show in both those. So, um, if they're valid, they'll make it. Right? There's not a pure ETF. This thing only looks at ETFs. But if they're valid from the algorithm, they'll be there. Soon I'll have a creepy whisper from the bar. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe he had too much and will be out for a little bit longer. This platform seems complicated to learn. Well, that's one of the reasons why we have this hour long Q&A um, uh, every day, right? So again, every single day. So, it's me today and it was Chris yesterday and I think it's Steve tomorrow. Could be wrong with that, but every day we open up for an hour Q&A. So, uh, Barry's here all day and certainly helps out with questions, but he's trading a lot at the same time. So, if when you're playing with it, you just have a notepad with you and just write down all the questions you come across and bring them at noon Eastern every day, then we'll be more than happy to answer that. Um, and then yeah, obviously we have support emailed in and all that kind of stuff as well. So I came to find an answer for my formula. Walking away, I realized I barely know. Um, yeah, it again. The thing to keep in mind, and the thing that I always stress is that yeah, this program can do a whole bunch. But it's important that you as a trader realize what you need the program to do for you and your trading style and philosophy, and then forget everything else, right? Like this layout you see is for my swing trading and investing and stuff is my only layout. So as you can see, there's not a lot going on here. Um, and this is someone who had 6 different monitors with all kinds of different um scans and scans and scans, and then probably 20, 30 charts and all this crazy stuff, to now I have one monitor. It's a massive monitor, but I have one, and a layout that looks something like this. So understand that need you don't need all of it, right? It's there for you, but it's more important that you're kind of focused on making sure that you have only what it is that you kind of exactly and directly need for your plan, and then huck everything out. And then if down the road you're like, well, now I have another an additional trading style or philosophy or something like that, and maybe a different type of scan would be useful for that, then you can go back into the system. But just trying to deter people from something that we commonly see, which is the way too much. uh they've got 17 scans open looking for different things, and right, and then what happens is you're trying to find everything and then you end up missing the stuff that's basic to your trading plan because you just got way too much going on, right? So um yeah, so understanding if you needed to do something, you can probably do it in some way or another, um but just don't get caught in trying to learn like ev- every part of it, right? Like if you're a day trader, the races are probably really interesting for you. If you're not a day trader and you're more of a long term, like a swing trader or something like that, then the races might not be as interesting for you. So saying, okay, I can kind of take that part of the program and I can shelve it until, maybe I come up with a day trading style or philosophy later. Um, and just making sure that you're focused on the stuff that's like super, super important, right? Uh, a silly question, maybe, but should the horizontal marked lines survive on the chart when you're closed for the day?
Yes.
Um, do you mean like the grid on the chart? Because that's just showing that that's $20 and that's $30 and all that kind of stuff.
I think
Or
he's
if you
talking
mean
about marking up the horizontal line markups. And
they
the answer is yes.
should,
Oh, yeah.
I think there's some stuff going on with the charts, and you might not even know this, Barry, just because we're playing with the HTML charts.
I have not
Uh,
used them.
no, and you shouldn't yet, right? They're still in
Mhm.
a very early development form, but um, I think there's like different chart servers. That's why sometimes the horizontal lines I notice will be there, and then sometimes they won't.
Oh,
I
really?
think
Okay.
I think it just might mean that I'm connecting to like a different chart server, but that should all be squared away fairly soon.
Yeah, I have not noticed that. I can't use the HTML charts because I've tried in the past and they either lock up my system or do crazy things. So I just am not able to test it yet. So,
Yeah, well, what's happening, just so you know, is that if you switch, especially if you do it later in the day to the HTML charts, it
Mhm.
tries to remember every symbol that you've looked at throughout the day and then start to
Ah,
cycle through them. So like, I don't know, maybe hopefully it won't break my system, but if I do this now, um sometimes you can see it's not doing now, or it will just start like cycling through symbols on its own.
yes, yes, exactly what was happening. Exactly.
Yeah, so it's like trying to catch up on all that. And obviously that's we don't want it to do that.
No.
And it can lock up the system. So that's something that will be fixed. But um
So are you saying that if I go to HTML, say at 8 o'clock tonight my time when the market's closed, and then when I open it tomorrow, that shouldn't happen in theory?
in theory, if you reboot the system
Yeah.
entirely, and then do the HTML charts,
Okay.
it should be fine. But again, they're so early in development. I wouldn't worry about testing them if I were you.
Yeah.
There'll be a time later in which will bug you to start using them, but that's not for a while yet.
Mhm. The other way I would answer user error when he talks about it's complicated and all. The only reason I think people think it's complicated is that when they look at all the alerts and filters that we have, they think, my goodness, how am I going to learn them all? And the simple answer is you don't. The only
Yep.
reason we have so many is because thousands of I say this every morning, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So instead of forcing you to learn a programming language in order to create a scan if you want to, we had to create enough alerts and filters so that we had enough combinations for the thousands of traders that we've got. But you don't absolutely have to lose them all. I'm probably only using 0.5% of the alerts and filters that we have, and I haven't
Well,
even most of them I haven't even looked at. I just because they're not interesting to me.
yeah, and I always I always think there's no better example than even the traders at Trade Ideas, right? Like, I trade way differently from you, and Andy likes to buy beaten up stuff, and that makes me terrified. And so even of all of the traders we have at Trade Ideas, I would say none of us trade in the same way. So if you extrapolate that out to, again, thousands of clients, yeah, you're right, they're all going to trade so differently. But then the question I always get is, okay, well, which ones do I use? And that's when I have to go down
Mhm.
my rabbit hole about a plan, right? I think a lot of people, they want to utilize a scan to instead of a trading plan, right? Instead of knowing what they're looking for first and building a scan to find it second, they want to build a scan first to show them what to see, right? So they have that kind of that idea reversed, and once I can kind of convince them to know, sit down with, even something as crude as a pen and a piece of paper, and sketch out what you're looking for, and then sit down, it will really help you narrow in on the parts of the system that might be useful for you.
Hmm. And then that's why we have the simulator. You can practice in the simulator because you're right, Michael. I mean, it's one thing to say, well, you must have a trading plan, but if you're just starting out completely new, you don't know, am I going to be a momentum trader? Am I going to be a pullback trader? Do I want to be a swing trader? Do I want to be a day? Have no idea. You really
Hmm.
will have no idea. So that's why at least we have a simulator and you can practice some things before you actually commit money to the market. I'm sure, Michael, like I did not know when I first started that I was going to be more or less a momentum trader. I didn't even know what that meant. So, but over time, it started to make sense to me. It's what I like to see in a chart. But that may not, but some people like look at Steve Gomez. He thinks it's crazy. Just like you said, different trading styles. He'll wait for the stock to pull back to the 10 SMA. He won't chase this. I don't chase a stock. I don't feel like I'm chasing a stock, but he just won't do what I do. He'll wait for a pullback to that 10 SMA, and then he'll make a decision if he's going to take the trade or not. And that's not what I do. This doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It's just what suits your personality, really. A lot
No,
of
and
it.
um as soon as, like, it took me way too long to realize that, where I was trying to emulate what other traders did. And as soon as I kind of abandoned that and, go getting all hippie, right? You look inward and you try to figure out, okay, what's my personality? And then what trading style would be best suited with that personality makes it just so much easier, right? As opposed to trying to, because yeah, I don't have the focus, the concentration, or probably the discipline to trade the way you trade. And that's why I'm a setup based trader where I know uh, before the day even starts, the symbols that I could potentially trade that day. And so I'm not even looking kind of intraday for new stuff that's happening.
Mhm.
Because again, just it fits with my mentality better. And again, that's the beauty of, I think, that we have to the system where someone like you that's kind of, being shown stuff on the fly and analyzing it and taking trades. And then there's me who's just doing all the prep work the day before. um, that you can still use the system in just different ways.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I would find it. Well, first of all, I don't think I could moderate. I mean, I suppose like a swing trading room all day long. I'm not sure, as you say, because typically you are already set up the night before about what you're going to look at. So if you're
Yeah.
not interested in what's happening during the day, and you have 10 stocks maybe or 15 stocks that you think you might want to look at during the day, and none of them really pan out that day, well, then what do? You don't trade. That's fine.
Hmm.
But how would I run our trading room doing that? It would be
No,
pretty
no.
pretty boring.
If we were to
So,
do a swing trading room, I think it would have to be like, um, maybe even after the close, or at least in like the last hour of the close, and that's because that's
mhm,
that's the point of swing trading, is that I'll be the first to admit, if you can do both with equal skill, there's more money in day trading because you're simply turning over your capital more frequently.
right.
However, uh, swing trading can be done, very part time or in addition to other things. So, if you have something else that you do that you like, or something like that, or you're just like me and you're just not really good at day trading, and it's kind of your only option to go further, well then, that's what you have to do. But I think it's, yeah, you certainly don't need to be sitting and staring at the screen for the entire day. For me personally, it's all about the last hour is when I focus on kind of the swing trading side of things.
Well, I told you, Michael, though, it's funny. I'm having probably equal or more success trading in the afternoon, later on in the afternoon. We talked about this, I know, a few weeks ago.
Hmm.
Things are setting up. The froth is somewhat over, and so a stock that was really, say, either ripping one way or the other, I'm just finding tends to, especially on the downside, I have to admit, especially on the downside, seems to look at the sugar. RCMT just showed up in my, take a look at this RCMT. I was looking at it, just showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown at 1060, and now it's at 1030. And this
Oh,
is,
wow.
yeah, and look left and look at the weekly chart. Look at the room it's got underneath. Now, Michael, I'll let you go on this though. I know you kind of were pulling my leg a little bit yesterday. I think at least, wow, look at this
Me?
RCMP.
Never.
But I'm serious, these banks, especially for me, FRC, I just can't believe somebody's going to hold this overnight. Okay, because you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, and I think it's probably one of the more negative regional banks out there right now with all the news piling into it. Will it get bailed out by the big banks, or are they going to sell off, or are they going to get bought? So for me, a stock like FRC, I'll be watching it, say from 2:30 on for a fade. And I don't mean I'm going to hold it overnight, and never, 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 because the super positive news could happen too. I'm
Yeah.
just talking about fading it into the end of the market hours, until 4 o'clock. Just sort of because I just refuse to believe people are going to hold us, until all this kind of goes away for a while. I just can't see people holding a stock like that. So
I
risky.
I just worry about a halt in any direction with those things. Like,
Generally, it's not going to be during the day, though. I mean, generally, it's not going to be
generally,
during the
no,
day.
but certainly
I mean,
could
they've
be.
halted, but only a volatility halt, not a news halt.
I don't know. It's they can shut down their stock at any time for any
Oh,
reason.
well,
So
they
in
can. You're right, but I'm just saying what I've seen with FRC specifically, and other. Rarely do I see a stock that's halted like that because of news. Usually, it's pre-market or after hours. I mean, you're right. Anything could happen, but
yeah, I just and as an old boomer man, um
you're not old. Will you stop this old nonsense?
I just don't, for me, it's like I just don't want to be a part of it. Like,
Hmm.
I'll trade. There's tons of stocks to trade out there that aren't banks because knowing my luck, the second I take a trade in a bank stock, they'll halt it, especially if I'm short, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, it's getting Morgan Stanley or J.P. Morgan or whatever is buying it," and then the
Hmm.
thing will just absolutely rocket ship. Just
Right.
again, um, knowing my luck with these kind of things.
Okay. I am certainly not trying to convince you, as you know, but that
No.
that that was my idea. So I'm just looking at FRC right now as it's rocketing a little higher and higher and higher. I'm going to wait to see, just to see around 2 o'clock, 2:15, see if it sort of reaches a peak and then starts to drift down, and then maybe take a short in it. And I don't mean I'm going to necessarily hold it right to 4, but I just have a tough time believing somebody's going to, like, this. People are going to like buying this when it's moving up, thinking, all right, we're out of the woods, and going to be holding it overnight. I just have a tough time believing that.
Hey, there's people buying AMC and Bed Bath and Beyond right now. So,
Yeah, I
you know,
know.
don't doubt the insanity of people just taking YOLOs.
Hmm. Okay, my friend. Well, and I guess we should just piling into Bed Bath and Beyond. I mean, as you said, if you liked it at 30, you got to love it at 81 cents.
Yeah, it's got to be a steal at this price
A
if you liked it,
steal.
with a couple 1,000% higher.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, Michael, I will. Ooh, there's the ONN. Keep it. Well, I know you don't want to day trade, but ONON is just broken down through an area that I was looking at. This is an earnings play today, and so now I'm going to watch to see if it continues down. Okay,
Okay.
Michael, I'll let you go. Let me get my screen shared.
I put it back just
Oh,
when
we
you're
did already.
done
Okay,
on.
thank you.
So
Okay,
cool. I'll see you later.
yeah, you will. Okay, bye bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, give me other two rooms going. All right, guys, I'm now back. Just let me get my music going again. And there's the ONN, ONON, guys. breaking down through a level that I had, but let me, I'm gonna get my music going. I am, let's see if this has had any bounce at all, RCMT. Well, it did. This showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown too, 1058. I think I did mention it before that though. Look at the room it has underneath the RCMT. Okay, just let me get my music going so I don't suffer in silence here. There we go. Yeah, so I think what you're saying, user today. So in our YouTube room, said I started I was starting day trading, or the idea was to day trade PACW, but I may swing it. So I'm assuming you're up though. I mean, you're not. It's not that you bought it high. Well, I'm just looking at the price. It's almost impossible that you would have bought it high. So you're talking about you bought it low and it's still working. So maybe you hold it. Yeah, I mean, it's a bank. You know, it's one of these regional banks, but it could. It could deliver for you. Usually, when people say that, they say, "Well, I bought it as a day trade, but I guess I'm going to swing it." Usually, that means they bought it and it's not working, but oh well, I guess I'll hold it, which is of course not the thing to do. But I know in your case with the PAC-W, it's not the same. Like CS, I mean, it's a total. I mean, I wouldn't be holding this, but I mean, go ahead. I mean, you're in at 85 cents. I mean, where could it go? The low is 90. I mean, it's gonna if it's gonna be bought out by UBS, it's gonna disappear, of course. I mean, the high of yesterday was what, $1.08? But recognizing why it's down here. So Tank, did you hold Sarepta, SRPT? I think you were in it yesterday. Did you hold Sarepta, SRPT? Look at that move, man. Wow, FRC's FR. Now I was saying to Michael in YouTube room, where you guys could hear me. Um, I'd be looking at this as a fade later on in the day. I was saying to him that with all that, excuse me, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen with FRC. I mean, I know, yeah, last week the big bank said we're going to put $32 billion in, but then JP Morgan today said, well, maybe we'll have to restructure it and maybe even look to try to sell it and all this sort of stuff. Now, this is really ripping here. I have to admit, this is really starting to rip here. But my idea on this is that, in the last hour and a half, I'd be looking to fade this because it's hard for me to believe that there are going to be lots and lots of people holding this overnight. Just because I mean it's so up in the air. But hey, listen, this is a big move now for FRC. I mean, already had a big move, and there's volume coming in. Lots of volume, 5.9 million on that candle alone, and there's still 2.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes to close this candle. You know what is not moving yet is Wall. So keep an eye on Wall. I know, just keep an eye on it. It is not having a pop, and they've kind of traded a little bit together. Not that they're in the same boat or anything like that, but Get KRE up again. I bet you it is. Yeah, it is. I'm going to say exploding, but it is. Yeah. Well, the PAC-W is on the move also. So these banks, regional banks on the move. PAC-W is on the move. Probably pick any one of them and they're all on the move. Trafficking and exploitation claims. Okay. For Meta, it was over 200. Okay. So it's sitting on the VWAP right now, sitting right on the VWAP. 224 cents right on the VWAP is Meta. Here's another one sitting right on the VWAP, guys. 2397 CERT, CERT. Problem is it just flattened. It's a flat, nothing happening with it. Did Poe invade you, William? That's right, your inner Poe. I still get a kick out of it. Yeah, this is what's you're right. Hold on, let me get rid of my considers downsizing options if capital raise fails. Okay. Well, 19 races too, guys. 19 races. Look at that. FRC. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. What time is it? 1:17. So I'll be back by about 1:27. Wait a minute. All right, guys. So I'll put myself on mute. Shouldn't be that long. All right, everybody, I'm back. Yeah, I gotta hand it. Okay, GME, interesting. Okay, so it has earnings after hours today. Okay, GME has earnings after hours today, such as they are going to be. So, obviously some bets being placed that somehow it's not going to be as bad. Is all I can think of. Expected to post another holiday quarter loss. But the memers got hold of this right now. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I am now back. Now I do have a marketing meeting at in about 30 minutes that I'll probably attend. Do I like DRMA on this pullback? Okay, I know DRMA showed up on my momentum scanner at 1214 at 251. Let's take a look at what it's doing. Well, okay, if I'm becoming more and more of a VWAP player. Okay, so I'm looking at the VWAP at 271. So I mean, I listen. I mean, I don't know enough about it yet. If this is something that you can play as a mean reversion to the VWAP, or wait for the VWAP and for it to take out. I don't know. The book is coming. The book is coming. But right now, I'm hesitant to take something below the VWAP right now. I mean, it may be a mean reversion to the VWAP, maybe. I mean, there's a nice bottoming tail there, so the sellers, had it down to 219, and the buyers are up here, but it's just not my style of trading right now. So, and wow, only 511,000 shares in the float. The other thing too is that, excuse me, you look at the volume for Dr. MA. Okay, I mean, there's really no volume right now. So right now, I mean, I could not take this trade. There's just no volume. Even if I thought, okay, maybe I will try to, a reversion to the VWAP, but there's just no volume. MFI overbought and oversold. Okay, let's take a look. Market Explorer, and that is MFI, right? Money Flow Index. Okay, I'll load the overbought. Okay, so what are you saying is happening? The tickers used to stay in the window, but now they disappear after a few minutes. So these tickers, are you saying they would now they're going to disappear on me? Maybe I haven't used this for a long, long time. Yeah, I don't know. Wow, look at Google here. Oof, what a run! So what are you saying though? That soon all these would disappear for you, as an example? Surfing shouldn't matter. Surfing should not matter. It's got nothing to do. It doesn't surf through these. Oh, I see. So they're disappearing for some reason. Is that maybe it's supposed to happen? I don't know. Um, because at some point they're not. Look at this though. This is interesting. So now they're coming back. They did not do that until recently. Okay. Don't have an answer for it because I'd really not use this. Look at this move though for for Google. It's with the well, that's not the SPY. That is KRE. I'm sure the SPY is probably doing something similar. Yeah, the SPY is making a move too. Hmm. It's too bad you didn't ask that question of Michael when he was in our because he's the originator of this. All these. Just keeping an eye on this. I'm going to take a look at the other one. So here's maybe what you're saying it never used to happen. So let's take a look at DXCM. Might have to take a look at these both on the. So here's the Market Explorer, overbought, oversold, money flow index. This is all in the 1 minute. So let's take a look at the oversold and see what we see. May give us some good bounce, bounce and topping plays. Just don't want to have so many alerts up and running. Maybe what I'll do is just for fun. Okay, I'll create a doc out of this. Show you guys how I'm going to do it. New docked window. I'm going to call it doc MFI. Okay, so there it is. Get rid of the instructions. I know how to do it. And then what we do is we right click, duplicate into doc MFIs. All right, so some other, and then do this one, same thing. Doc into, okay, so here they are. I can get rid of them now. So here they are. And I can just do this, get where I want. So here they are. Format it a little bit. That's what happens. Yeah. Okay, all I really care about is the symbol. I don't really care about anything else, so I'm just going to leave it like this. So let's take a look at Nike, NKE. Oh, well, why am I looking at it? I had a question because somebody was using this and they were saying that the symbols were disappearing. So I just wanted to have it up and running to see if I was seeing the same thing. That's all. But, after seeing, I mean, this is just another way to find overbought and oversold in theory, if you like RSI. So I'll just have it, no harm in just taking a peek at it. That's all. I've got nothing in the oversold either. Yeah, nothing in the oversold. Just everything in the overbought. Now this is on the 1 minute. So these are more day trading, I get, are swing trading, I guess. And then this is on a 15 minute. So this is probably meaning oversold on a 15 minute, probably. Now, one of the reasons I don't really get involved in the Market Explorer, I know it'll come, but can't put any sound alerts. So consequently, I'd have to be staring at the screen, so that's a drawback right now, not being able to put a sound alert on any one of them. But look at this. I'm going to go back to the KRE. Still thinking about what's going to happen with FRC in the last couple of hours. May be totally wrong. It may just keep exploding higher and higher, but I just have this feeling that there could be some kind of a sell-off. I don't mean a sell-off down to 13 or anything, but just it's been Michael knows about it. Michael, I mean, not that it's not like a revelation that, oh, really, that should be a good idea. No, they know about it. Look at FUTU, guys. Look where it got to. Right to the 200, yeah, right to the 200-day moving average, 46.89. What did it get to? 46.66. So within 20 cents or so, 23 cents of the 200-day moving average. Well, you got your wish, William. It definitely bounced. RCMT. Hmm. Mass. I don't think I've ever seen this one. 908 devices incorporated. I'm sure I've never seen this one. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Boston, Massachusetts. Okay, that's why. Um, wow, interesting. 22 million in the float. The next high looking left. A little bit of room. 707 to 750. See if this wakes up at all. It's holding the VWAP. 689 over the VWAP. The 200-day moving average at way above it, so that's not an issue. Okay, there's the first one that showed up for me anyway. SWK on the in theory oversold. Just because something is oversold doesn't mean it can't keep going down, of course, or showing up in an oversold situation. The I'm still trying to adapt to this. Okay, so a bounce, mean reversion to the VWAP 8066. Yeah, I mean, whoops, so it disappeared. It did disappear. Now, I wonder if it disappears, but you said it didn't disappear before. Hmm. Okay, so now PDD is showing up. Yeah, very low. Look at that money flow index. So there's PDD. This might be a good one. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm looking at that FRC. I see WAL is starting to give it up a little bit here. FRC. Now look what's oversold. GME coming right into that VWAP, 1786. Will it take it out? All right, guys, FRC on the way down. Listen, I don't mean to sound so cheerful. I mean, if you guys, anybody's long this one, I don't wish, but this is my premise right now is that I just don't believe that people are going to hold this overnight. I'm not saying you're going to have a massive sell-off, but look what's happening now. Oh, look at hog guys. This is sort of interesting. I might have to monitor this a little bit more. I mean, yeah, I'm going to have to monitor this a little bit more. Yeah, WAL following FRC now. Yes. And breaking down through the VWAP, 39 hog, 39.44. So yeah, just because something is in theory oversold doesn't mean it can't keep moving down. I'm liking this one, this hog. just out of just, I've taken the short here. Okay. I'm taking the short and I'll put the, I'll put the stop at the VWAP just to see what happens. I'm not going crazy on it, but just to see what happens on the hog. And, the next low looking left is 38.85 on the 15-minute chart. So we'll see. So this is after, I think, I know Real posted a lot of the stuff, $50 price target for hog, Morgan Stanley, but, right now it's fading a bit. Now, the stop at the VWAP is my absolute worst I want to do. Probably if it gets into the 30s, I'm out. What time is it? 150, 156. I got to be in this marketing meeting. So I just got the word from Michael. Now, so you're 100% sure that those well, maybe they did before, the symbols remain, but as he said, things will be adjusted. But if I let too many in the system, too many in, the system will break. Okay, so that's what he said. Now, maybe I mean, how many were you able to see before? I mean, but I don't have any other explanation other than what he just told me. Next time, YouTuber on Tuesdays. Anybody wants questions answered about the? I'm just kidding, of course, Denver. But anybody wants questions answered about the anything to do with the Market Explorer? You know, make sure on Tuesday you show up between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room because that's where Michael is, and Michael is the originator of all of the Market Explorer scans. Okay, guys, I am going to have to go to this marketing meeting, so I'm going to have to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see a question here. Can the promotions you offer be applied to a monthly service? Well, only for the first month. God, okay, only for the first month. If it were for every month, then why would we have an annual? So, so yes, only for the first month. All right, guys. Now you know what's funny? I'm kind of warming up to this money flow index thing. I wish I could. I wish I could. By the way, the stocks are disappearing still. At least I'm seeing them disappearing. It doesn't bother me so much because I'm going to click on them anyway. While it's not like they're disappearing in seconds. The only thing I wish I could do is maybe choose a price range, but other than that, I'm definitely kind of warming up to this. My YouTube audio is echoing. Is that for everybody? I'll ask the question to everybody. Hey, those of you in YouTube, is my audio echoing? Somebody can answer. Lousy trader, are you still there? Pepe, maybe. I'm not doing anything differently, so no echo. Okay, on your end, then Grumpy. Thank you, Pepe. I get my book on Thursday now. They've upped it. I thought it was going to be end of the month, but I get my Brian Shannon book on Thursday. And speaking of Brian Shannon, let me put that webinar link in. Okay, so Brian Shannon's webinar will be on March the 30th. So yeah, sign up for it. I think I think it's going to be a great webinar. I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, guys, FRC, let me make a decision here. Oh, DYN just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown really late. Rarely do we get one so late. DYN, 200-day moving average, 1139. That's far enough away, but see, the next low looking left is around 1160. That's the same on that weekly chart. Yeah, 1159. Oh, lousy trader. I have no idea. Does R still pay a dividend? ARE? I have no idea. I have no idea. Are you talking ARE as a stock? Alexandria Real Estate Equities? I have no idea. You'd have to look that up. I mean, I know we do have a We do have a dividend filter, I guess. No, we don't have a dividend. I thought we had a dividend filter. I guess we don't have anything. No, we don't have a dividend filter. I could have sworn we did. I guess we don't. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it still pays a dividend. And Majestic is saying, Tank is saying yes on 3:30 on March the 30th. Okay. Thank you, Tank. So on March 30th, they still pay a dividend. Well, just because a stock pays a dividend doesn't necessarily mean. I thought there was a dividend filter. How come I didn't see it when I typed in dividend? DIV. DIV. No, there it is. I must have misspelled it. Yeah, so there is a dividend filter. So that'll tell you, I guess, at least if a stock does pay a dividend. Thank you, Pepe. I must have typed it in wrong. FRC, guys. FRC. 1679, the VWAP. Or that's even a green bar. No, it isn't. Sorry. Nope. Forget what I said. Green bar ignored. Not. It is not a green bar ignored. Well, there's the VWAP, guys. 1679. Moment of truth. Will it take out that VWAP and just continue down? Or FRC? Oh yeah, Moth. That I do know. Oh yeah. So far, it's quick. You're right. It is quick entries now. It's right back up into the VWAP. But you're right. This is quick. I can't tell people to take this trade. I'm just trying to. But there's that VWAP right there again, 1679. I mean, it got down to 1636, but you've got to be quick. Yes. We'll have to keep an eye on KRE. The trick on this, in my opinion, anyway, is you just have to not take too many shares. Otherwise, you'll just get whipped out. Meanwhile, AC/DC, AC/DC lifetime low alert happened at, well, the alert just happened, 2:31. I saw this one earlier though, AC/DC. I knew this was an all-time low. Saw this probably in the momentum, yeah, on the momentum down or something. I know I saw AC/DC earlier. And this is a lifetime low right now, guys, AC/DC, and it's an earnings play. FRC. All right. AC/DC. I have to really take a hard look at this one. It's a little late in the day, but AC/DC. Let's see, 12:43, 12:47 on the bid ask. The alert came in at 12:41. Not talking the time, I'm talking the price. So it hasn't dropped so much from there. It's an earnings play. Oh, I thought of them all, China and Perfect Circle regarding AC/DC. You gotta think, you gotta think that they had fun naming them or saying, why don't we call our company AC/DC? You're gonna wonder if who's AC/DC started by an Australian rock band. No, okay. KRE guys, okay. I don't know what else I can say. KRE, these banks are starting to fade. Well, listen, as long as this is a red bar on KRE, cover, Barry, cover. You know what has just sort of done nothing for the longest time now? I mean, it's traded a little bit, but ONOM just kind of after that huge move in the pre-market, and then when the market opened, just kind of been hanging around, not wanting to really leave that VWAP alone. A little bit. I mean, it'd pop a little bit up here, but in my opinion, not that much. Well, I know this Ambi is showing up on the oversold, but this I wouldn't be touching this one in a bounce at all. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? So the market has, well, I'm sure the market's kind of looking like KRE. You guys are you that are using these the overbought and the oversold, the MFI. Are you noticing a lot of them are right around the VWAP? I mean, I guess that makes sense, but a lot of them are when you're seeing them, they're moving down on the oversold anyway. You're looking at a stock breaking down below the VWAP. I see a lot of them right around the VWAP. What does RXO do? Specialized freight except used goods. That's pretty specialized, okay? Well, this RXO just isn't moving. Just not moving at all. So volume like 540, only, yeah, relative volume is only one. Might ask Michael to just up maybe the relative volume to two in those scans. Just well, another one just hanging around the VWAP, guys. GME hanging around the VWAP, 1786. Earnings after hours today. I mean, listen, argument to be made. You know, if it takes out 18, it could have a little run into the close. But of course, if it takes out the VWAP on the way down and takes out 1775, this could have a nice fall. So I'll just put an alert here. 1776 or so. Take a price alert for GME. Right back. Well, so Nike has earnings after hours. I can see that. NKE. So some bets are being placed right now for Nike, NKE, that they're going to be good right now, anyway. And the Schlumberger still has room. SLB still has room to the next high, 50.89. So over $2 to that next high. Yeah, the FR, nice play in the bounce. I'll give you that. The FRC. Um, so waiting to see if there's going to have the big collapse. 1678. I mean, it was pretty good all the way down to 16, basically. I still have my doubts that it's going to like zip higher and take out the highs of the day, but hey, it might. Oh, I would never, yeah, I mean, I would never, I mean, look, 50 shares, maybe, like it's something very, very low for FRC. I mean, yeah, out of nowhere, some news, some incredibly positive or incredibly negative news can hit. Okay, guys, it's 2:50 right now, or 2:49 and 30 seconds. So I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. Have any questions? Please ask. Don't be shy. I'll be here until about 3:20. Guys, I don't know if something's wrong with our charts, but this is wrong. That's not 1632. Okay, so if you're looking at our charts, I don't know if this is overall something's happening. So just be aware. No, okay, you see, I don't know. So there was a slight, I mean, yeah, so it's okay now. Well, or is it? There's no question that there was a delay there, and it's not we don't have delays like that anymore. Guys, there's something wrong with our charts right now. So don't I don't know if it's every chart, but certainly on FRC. So let me take a look at another chart, like maybe Microsoft or something. Come on. Microsoft looks okay. Definitely FRC though. It's just not updating quickly enough, and it's all the time frames. Okay, it looks okay now. I'm just checking some other charts. It looks okay now. You guys back on mute. All right, guys, GME looks like it wants to break down now. Option value average over 5 days, 10, certainly over 5 days. Now, let me just look at something here. Okay, so this option volume here is the average over 5 day, over 10 days, okay? Talking candlestick. So that option volume, so how I haven't you I should bring this back just to see what sort of alerts I'm getting now. I used to love this scan. But so this option volume is the average over the last 10 days. And then this option volume today, of course, is today. Now, I don't normally, let me just see something here. Because how I've used this in the past is using this option volume today percent. So if I'm wanting to see something that is like double or triple the average over the last 10 days, I would use this filter. Okay. So if I put 300% here as an example, if the average volume has been, say, 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock today, and if I put 300, come on, well, if I put 300 in the min, oh, show the column, right? If I put 300 in the min, let me bring back my, if I put 300 in the min, that's a percent three ratio. And if that stock has normally done 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that contract or that stock today, it will have to have done 6,000 as an example. Okay, three times. But let me just see, I've never actually, let me just do something here. Uh, I want to see what this says. Yeah, okay, so that looks like that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days for SYM, okay, as an example. Option volume today is 215. So yeah, so that will show you not over 5 days. We don't have 5 days, but that is over 10 days, the average over 10 days, okay? But really, what you want to do, in my opinion, is to, I would put I would put a minimum number of contracts, okay? That's puts and calls, okay? The total number of contracts. Maybe, I don't know, 2,000, whatever that number you think should be the minimum. And then use that other filter, the option volume percent filter. I'll just show the column right now, but I'll show you what I mean. So imagine, so right now, and that makes sense because it has traded SYM 215 contracts, which is about 73% of 789 of 289. Okay. So, but if you use this filter, that option volume today filter, and say you put 200% or 300%, you're just going to show stocks trading having abnormal option activity, which I think is what you want, right? You want to compare what the option volume today is compared to what its average has been over the last 10 days. So in this particular case, it's 73%. So it's not even 100%. Well, I mean, if you don't care about a ratio, then you can just put the actual option. So you don't care about the ratio, you just want to see the actual numbers. I mean, you can have it in a single stock window. The option volume today is right there, 215. But if you want to put it in a scan, just as a column, so there you go. I mean, if you can see my screen, there's the option volume average over 10 days. Here it is today, 213. And that's 73%. So, okay, so then use this filter. Okay, use this filter, the option volume day percent filter. Okay, let me just show you again. If you type in options, here are the option filters that we have. So use this option volume today percent. Then it's up to you what percent you want. If you want it to be twice as many as what's happened over the last 10 days or three times, this is a percent. So it's either going to be 200%, 300%, or whatever percent you want. 400%, 221.8%. You know what I mean? Whatever percent you want, you just put it in. You just put it in the min. And so that'll show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. There's actually a channel for that. Okay, if you look at this channel, click on new and then click on doc channel bar. And then click on the show more. Unusual options. Let me get rid of the announcement. So in this one, this is a multi-strategy window, okay? And this is going to show you stocks that have 300, 200, or 150%, okay? Compared to what the average has been over the last 10 days. So if I look at CLDX, it's at least 300%. Oh, it just didn't pop over there, but okay, so it's at least 300%. Well, you can do 10. Well, again, that option, so it'll work against the 10-day average, okay? We can't go 5 days, but we go 10 days, okay? So you can have this is a multi-strategy window, and it's just because I've got 300%, 200%, and 150%. So if I broke this out, if I duplicate into a free-floating window, okay, and you'll notice if I right click here, the strategies, now these are moving higher or lower. So moving higher at 300%, moving lower with 300%, higher, lower, higher, lower. Okay. So if you didn't, you don't have to have them all. You can check. So if you don't care about the stocks that are moving lower on unusual option volume, then you just uncheck those. Does that make sense? Keep check the ones you want. So, I mean, you can play around with these, of course, and you can change the price range you want and maybe a minimum volume and all that sort of stuff, but okay. So you can create your own, I mean, you can obviously just create your own alert window, just now that you understand to use the option volume percent, that'll be your percent, and then put in a minimum number of contracts. Like you don't care. I mean, if something is trades two contracts over the last 10 days, and you put 300%, so great. Today is trading six, but obviously that's not. Who cares, right? So I probably put in a minimum number of contracts to on average, and that, but that'll be up to you. What you think that minimum should be, and then of course put your own price range and a minimum overall volume in terms of a number of shares traded. Maybe even put a relative volume so that but it's just another way of looking at stocks that are having abnormal trading days, with abnormal option volume. I mean, yeah, I mean, you talk about the customization. I mean, most people have a price range they like to trade. I mean, I don't think most people would say, well, I want to trade stocks between 1 and 1,000, as an example. Okay. I mean, I typically like to see stocks under 30. Okay. It doesn't mean I will never trade a stock above 30, but most of my scans are geared towards up to about $30. And then a minimum volume. Why would I want to see a stock that's traded 10,000 shares? So probably, whatever, probably usually my minimum volume is around 250, 300. That doesn't mean that it's not going to do 10 million for the day. It just means that the minimum, and especially at the beginning of the day, I don't want to put like 10 million or 1 million because I may miss then a stock that's just starting to ramp up. In the first half hour, starting to really ramp up. By the end of the day, it may have done, 3 or 4 million shares, but in the first half hour, it may have only done 500,000. So why am I going to put a million? That's me anyway. That's me. That's the way I like to see it. Okay, guys, that is it. Another day. So let me just get my script together. First day of spring. Good luck against Boston. You mean for Boston? I'm a Bruin fan, man. How can you not know that? Okay, guys, shutting the room down. So we'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye. Now for the YouTubers, same thing.